I'll call this meeting to order, please. Okay, all set. So welcome to Monday, March 7th, 2022, Common Council meeting of St. John. We've got another hefty kit tonight. I think it's 632 pages. And we are going to start off the evening with a land acknowledgement, and I'm passing that over to Councillor Ogden of Ward 2 to read that for us, please.
The land on which the city of St. John, or Monaquist, is situated is the traditional territory of Wolistowic. The Wolistowic, along with the indigenous neighbors, the Mi'kmaq and the Pescomtaquati, signed peace and friendship treaties with the British Crown in the 1700s that protected their rights to lands and resources.
Thank you. We'll just pause for a few seconds, please. Okay, thank you, everyone. What's happening in Ukraine is a crime on humanity, and we would like to do a moment of silence tonight. And so I'm going to pass it over to the city manager to start that process for us, please. John.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of Common Council. There is indeed a time-honored tradition of offering a moment of silence for loss of life or devastating injury. Therefore, tonight, at this official gathering of our municipal government, let us all join in a moment of silence in solemn recognition of the incredible pain and suffering that is occurring in the Ukraine as a result of what the international community has condemned as an illegal invasion and an unjust war. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. City Clerk, next item, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. The first item is 2.1, approval of minutes of February the 22nd.
Councillor Harris and Councillor Killen on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Next item, City Clerk.
Yes, Your Worship. Next item is item 3 on the agenda. This is the approval of the agenda.
No additions tonight. I'll take an approval. Councillor Harris. Councillor Killen on the question. All in favor? Motion, contrary minded. Motion carried. Thank you. Next item, please.
Next is item 4, disclosures of conflict of interest, if there are any.
Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a conflict on 12.2.
Thank you. All right, next item, please.
Item 5, Your Worship, is the consent agenda.
Deputy, over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would move item 5.1 through to 5.17.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have a deferral motion I'd like to put in for 5.17 to next council meeting to allow the request from the Port City Pirates Minor League Baseball Association to present to council for us to review 5.17 at the next council meeting after they've had an opportunity to present.
Okay, so we're going to pull 5.17.
I'm going to defer it to the next council meeting.
Okay.
I would second that.
Okay. I need the clerk to give me a bit of
Your worship,
direction.
yes, your worship. So the appropriate method to handle that would be to first remove the item.
Okay.
So proceed with approving the agenda. And then
Alright.
once the item is removed, it will become a 14.1, at which point the two council members could move and second a referral or
Okay.
a deferral.
Perfect.
I'll move that.
Okay, so I've got, wait, now I need the deputy to amend his motion to say, is that correct?
No, your worship. So the deputy has moved the motion to approve items 5.1 to 5.17. So yes, if the deputy could remove item 5.17 from his motion.
Okay, so we'll go back and we'll move 5.1 to 5.16.
Okay, all right, so that's our motion now, and then I have to go to Councillor Ogden, or wait now, Councillor Ogden, do you have a question?
No, I was just gonna back what Brent Harris was saying.
Okay, yeah, we'll do that in I guess we'll do that in the 14th. Councillor Hickey, do you have a question?
I do, your worship, but I've got questions on 5.17, but I have questions on other ones as well, so.
Okay, so do you want to do so do I have first of all, I need a seconder on 5.1 to 5.16. Councillor Ogden, you're seconding that?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Hickey, you got a question on it, and then Councillor Radwan, over to you. So Councillor Hickey, go ahead.
I've got a question on 5.15.
5.15, okay, yes.
It is our letter to the province pertaining homelessness and our issues within it. Obviously, I think anecdotally we can all say that homelessness and housing insecurity is becoming an increasing issue in the city. I think it's incredibly important that we take action like this on it. My only question to staff is, as part of our affordable housing plan intentions, is any of this captured within it?
Phil Ouellette, over to you. Are you there? Take the question on this one.
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Hickey. The Affordable Housing Action Plan would not have as primary focus homelessness or poverty reduction. It is a part of the overall plan, but from a continuum standpoint of housing, it's more from establishing affordable housing into market rate affordable housing. But it will be discussed. This particular item is a little bit more detailed than that. So that's we've certainly warranted this with a letter to the province.
Sure, thanks, Phil. And I would just add, if I can briefly, your worship, the letter references the shelter that was set up at Stone Church, and I certainly want to thank the community efforts that were made in doing so, because for the length of that shelter being open, it consistently housed, at one point it was up to 14 people, and it closed. It was only open for a few weeks. They only had the means to open it for a few weeks, but that's 14 people, and it was full, who, the Monday that it closed, Tuesday night returned away. And that's pretty significant. It's significant if it's one person, but it's particularly significant when we're in the double digits and the need is ever increasing. So, letters like this are important. Our advocacy to the province is critical on this as well. Despite it seeming that it falls on deaf ears, it is important that we keep advocating to the province so that they understand the significance of this issue, not just in St. John. I think it's across the province, and certainly it's anecdotal to say that my front step in Waterloo Village is housing more people than it ever has, and that continues to grow, and that the narrative in the city is consistently growing. So this letter is really important, and I hope the province takes it as seriously as it needs to be taken.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Radwan.
Thank you, Mayor. So just on 5.6, I just want to mention, of course, we do have a public hearing that we're possibly scheduling for 117 Carlton Street. But I also did have a question on 5.15 as well. Just wondering, through you to Director Roulette, do we have any idea what the numbers are on people that are in shelters currently? And do we have any idea on how many people would be on the street? Of course, I know that's a hard number to gauge, but I know that there is a bit of data that's collected on that.
Through your worship to Councillor Rodwin, thank you for the question. This is a fluctuating number, so we don't choose to use those numbers. I can share with you just on those that are barred. So that's part of what this letter indicates, is that there is this cycle of those who do use homeless shelters that have been barred for violations of the rules, and they're not able to go to shelters. And for those, at least in the discussion I had over about 2 weeks ago, it's probably in the realm of 20 to 30 of just them. And at that time that I talked with Stone's Church, there was nobody turning anybody else away at that time. But that's only at that particular time, and that's only for barred. So I can only imagine the number is much higher than that when accounting for everything else.
Director Yolette, do you know how many beds our shelters have currently? So they're probably full, but
I'll leave this to
the manager.
Yeah, I wasn't going to comment directly on the number of beds. I was going to simply mention, however, that there seems to be a bit of a misperception that we need more shelters. That may not necessarily be the case. Our existing shelters have room to expand. They could put more beds in. What they are lacking is staff. And that's why in the letter that you see before you at 5.15, we talk about the importance of the province stepping up and fulfilling their obligation to staff the centers properly. Because if we could get more staff, we could put more beds in the existing shelters fairly quickly. And I think that's an important point within the letter. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ogden, you have your hand up for anything?
No, just I
Okay.
left it up to second Councillor
Oh, great. Okay.
Harris's.
All right, perfect. All right, thank you so much.
Do you want me to take it down, Mayor?
Yep, no, we're good. That'll come up in that'll come up in the 14s.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so do we have a motion on the floor? So I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you very much. Next item.
Your worship, next item is item 6 on the agenda, members' comments.
Members' comments, okay. Deputy, I see you up there. Over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Your Worship, I'd like to wish all of the women a wonderful International Women's Day tomorrow, including yourself, Your Worship, and Councillors Killen and Radwan, and most especially the 3 women and 2 little women in my family. I also want to take a moment and recognize and thank Oksana and Popska and Kelly Lawson and about 70 other volunteers who are working so hard on Flowers for Ukraine. In 5 days, they have raised over $90,000 before expenses for the Red Cross effort in Ukraine. That's 1,479 orders of flowers plus donations. Flower sales are closed now, but you can still donate money at Galbraith's Flowers, 621 Rossi Avenue, and you can volunteer by going to the Flowers for Ukraine website. As Kelly Lawson put it to me, it is proven to be something that our community supports greatly, and despite the tragic circumstances, it has trumped the cultural war, right versus left, and brought us together as people who value democratic freedom. I think to just show of common humanity, we all need to see right now. This shows what we need right now. And I couldn't agree with her more, Your Worship. So I'd like to leave that with you, and hopefully we'll get more volunteers to get the rest of those flowers out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I do have my own bouquet right here in my office as well. They're fantastic. Apparently they had over 1,300 orders, so it was a very impressive response. So again, thanks to Galbraith Florist for that. Okay, Councillor Sullivan, you're up next.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Deputy. Very important words there. Significant change coming to us in New Brunswick on March 14th with the removal of the emergency order and change to masking mandates, and certainly a lot of pressure that we've been under for the last 2 years. I am hoping there are some very important public health things that we have learned and will carry forward. You know, if it took a pandemic to remind us to wash our hands, sneeze into our elbows, if we're sick, stay home so we don't spread it around. The other important piece is we need to make sure we remember to be kind, to be respectful. There are going to be people on March 14th who are very excited to take their masks off. There are going to be people on March 14th who are anxious and hesitant and concerned about the changes. So really, I would suggest the most important piece of it all is that we continue to be respectful and kind to each other and help as we continue to adjust and move to the next phase of where we are in society. And maybe a little bit of brightness amidst lots of the gloom that we have been going over with the war in the Ukraine and the pandemic. But St. Patrick's Day is coming up in the most Irish city in all of Canada, St. John, New Brunswick. And I am very proud of my Irish heritage and the work that I've done in the past in the St. Patrick's Society and the Irish Multicultural Association that we have in New Brunswick. And Canadian heritage, for the first time this March of 2022, is recognizing the contributions of Irish Canadians and has launched its first Irish Heritage Month in Canada. So as the most Irish city in Canada, Canada having an Irish Heritage Month, it is certainly something to celebrate. And I would guess I would like to leave you, everybody, with this Irish blessing. May love and laughter light your days and warm your heart and home. May good and faithful friends be yours wherever you may roam. May peace and plenty bless your world with joy that long endures. May all life's passing seasons bring the best to you and yours. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to toast that with a little green beer later tonight. Okay, Councillor Ogden.
Yeah, I wish to acknowledge some groups that are inspiring. One is I met with the Elizabeth Fry Society the other day, and the ladies and there's 16 mums with their children on in a new building on Adelaide Street, and they're putting in gardens around the building and hopefully in the nearby area. And they're looking for everything from seeds to soil to tools. Also, I got a call from the Community Food Basket, which I associated with for decades. They are short of volunteers. They're the biggest food bank of the 15 in our area, and they are short of volunteers, 652-2707. The third group I wish to acknowledge is our Ukrainian community. And I think one thing that we all as Democrats, democratically elected people, acknowledge that the Ukrainians have inspired us all to realize that that action, love of our history and culture, never giving up, all those important values are important in life. And the fourth group is, I'd like to say to our Polish friends that Poland has taken the most refugees as of any country, and they are also stepping up by basically passing over their air force to the Ukrainians because they can fly them. But the Poles have a great sense of history in the sense that before Hitler invaded Stalin and Hitler divided Poland in two and went through much the same as what Ukraine is doing today. All those groups show us inspiration, and I just wanted to pass it on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Killen.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. So first off, I want to give a bit of a shout out to a particular staff member of the City of St. John who has I've gotten quite a few really amazing reviews about Stephen Bishop. So Stephen is helping some wonderful Westsiders with creating a dog park. So they've gave me a bunch of great feedback about him and how helpful he's been. So I kind of wanted to just do a little bit of a highlight on Stephen and thank him for all the help he's providing some wonderful constituents over there. I also want to thank Prude St. John for inviting myself and Councillor Hickey to their Newcomer Youth Summit. And there was something that was said there that's been resonating with me since I was part of that discussion. And that was that in some of their home countries, they would have an absolute issue and challenge to get a hold of their elected officials to participate in something like that. So they were super thrilled and just so grateful to us for being there and hearing their concerns and trying to bring some things forward for them with regards to what they see as challenges to integrating and staying here in St. John. So I just think that's so incredible that we get to work in this fully democratic landscape and we don't have some of these issues that some folks are up against back in their home countries. So I really was appreciative of that comment, and I think we are very fortunate and should be very grateful for the space that we have here today to speak openly and collaborate with our constituents. So thanks to Omar and the team at Prude for inviting us and helping us be part of the solution there. So thank you very much, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Radwan.
Thank you, Mayor. So I had 4 things I wanted to chat about. I was happy to get out for Chop Chop, and just one day, but it was in Indian King, and the food is always fantastic there. It was great to see Uptown bustling. And I wanted to mention it is on our agenda. We did get a letter from the Coverdale Centre, so I just wanted to make mention the Coverdale Centre is still looking for $400,000 in donations to be able to finish setting up their beds there. So I just wanted to make mention of that. I did want to shed some light on our senior poverty rates in St. John. Unfortunately, citywide, our poverty rate for seniors is 16.4%. Ward 1, 9.2%. Ward 2, 17.8%. Ward 3, 27.5, and Ward 4, 12.7. The reason why I bring this up, I'm sure everybody's filled up their gas tanks. It gets me thinking about all the different people that might be struggling at this time, and one of those groups is our seniors. It's probably a little bit obvious. My heart is certainly with everybody in Ukraine right now, and my heart really goes out to all of the people that are from the Ukraine here in the city of St. John. We have such a fantastic community and large community of people from the Ukraine here, and I've had staff members from the Ukraine. I have many friends, many regular customers in my business, and it's so disheartening to see what's going on, but I have to tell you that I'm just so amazed by the courage that the people are having over there. It's just like, I don't know if that would be me. It's unbelievable, the stories that I've heard. And so I will share with you just briefly that when things were going on badly in Egypt, and it was certainly not a war, my husband and myself were so worried about his family. They were blocking off streets, and they had guys on each end of the street guarding to make sure that nobody's houses or their families would be attacked. And we stayed up for 72 hours straight. And even after that and before that, we were just worried sick, and the stress was unbelievable. So my heart is with you, and please know that your St. John family is here for you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harris is up next.
Thank you, Your Worship. I need to put on my strategic planning chair hat here for a second. I'm going to give a plug to Stephanie Rackley Roach and the team who have been working over the past week to put together the 10-year strategic planning engagement page for the Shape Your City. So at our last council meeting, you remember that council approved a vision statement to guide the development of a 10-year strat plan, a community with an ever-improving quality of life and a sense of belonging. where our people have opportunities to prosper, our neighborhoods are welcoming, vibrant, and inclusive, our environment is protected, and quality municipal services continually reflect value for investment. So this vision has been developed by the Strategic Planning Committee, which I chair, with assistance from city staff, as I said. And on the Shape Your City St. John engagement tool, which is something that we have online, people are going to, it's available now. It's going to be up and running tomorrow, as far as I understand. You can sign up now. You can log in and create your profile. There's lots of information about the plan, including ways to contribute to making this vision a reality. You can provide feedback in three ways. Anybody who's watching, you can email the project team, and the emails are on there. I'm on there as well. A quick poll to help us determine what we should tackle first by providing ideas. So there's a poll there. And then the platform itself will actually close on March 18th at 5 p.m. So there's a window here. There's going to be public engagement. So we're looking for positive, constructive ways to provide improve quality of life and a sense of belonging in St. John for this. And so that is shapeyourcitystjohn.ca, where you can find that. And again, I will encourage everybody to go check that out. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. 157. I'm impressed. For comments. Councillor Hickey, I'm going to get you to wrap it up. We're going into public hearings, I guess, next. Go ahead.
Worship, and I know it's 6:30, so I'll go into hyperspeed round here. Certainly tomorrow marks International Women's Day. The theme tomorrow is break the bias. Of course, sitting around this table, we're lucky to have you in this chair, but also recognize that our council is only made up of 2 women, other than yourself, Your Worship. And we need to break that bias, and we need to make sure that we're encouraging more women to run for office and seek elected office, not just at the municipal level, but at the provincial and federal level as well. We still have never had a female premier or prime minister, so I think we're long overdue. March is the first ever Irish Heritage Month, first ever in Canada. Marks this month, which is exciting, and Canada's most Irish city, with Irish history dating back to 1783 in St. John. I think that's pretty impressive. I also, as Councillor Killen mentioned, was happy to join Omar Morad's group as they did a Youth Together 2022 virtual meeting. It was really inspiring to meet so many impressive youth newcomers. You had small business owners in there. We even had a published author in there, and most of these kids haven't even broken 20 years of age yet. So really impressive group of people, and shows the value that newcomers bring to our community and our desperate need for a whole bunch more of them, to put it casually. And of course, was very proud to stand along yourself, as well as a few other members of council, with members of the Ukrainian community last weekend, I think it was. I was impressed to see the number of Ukrainian St. Johners that we have in our community. I would anecdotally say we were upwards of 150 people there, and it's really impressive to see the community come together and stand against unnecessary hate and all that's been circulating in the Ukraine. So I'll pass back to you, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I will wrap it up by saying Happy International Women's Day to my 2 female colleagues on council as well, and to all the women out there and girls. If you want to support women, just support one woman. That's all I'm asking you. Support one woman you know. If everyone supports one woman they know, this will all happen. There is lots of great work going on in regards to fundraising for Ukraine. People are renting Airbnbs and obviously not going. The Red Cross they're getting donations. The flowers, everybody's chipping in. And I just got an email before we came on to council that JDI will support employee donations up to $100,000. So something to think about. So it's lots of good work happening. All right, so City Clerk, over to you for the next item.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's now a little after 6:30, and we've advertised for the public hearings tonight. So the first public hearing is item 9.1 on your agenda, and this is a proposed zoning bylaw amendment at 2626 Lachlan Road.
Thank you. So I'm passing this over to Commissioner Hamilton for an introduction.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. Before you for public hearing is an application that was submitted by Hughes Surveys on behalf of Victor and Cynthia Train for rezoning and a subdivision for a vacant property at 2626 Loch Lomond Road in East St. John. The application seeks to rezone the former Lakewood School site from neighborhood community facility and rural to rural residential. And the purpose is to allow for a residential lot to be created. The application has been considered by your Planning Advisory Committee, and before you are recommendations from both staff and the committee to approve the rezoning and subdivision. And with that as an introduction, I'll turn things over to Mr. Andrew Reid for a short staff presentation on the file.
Thank you. Okay, Andrew, over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I almost feel like that introduction says it all, but I'll give my presentation here and try to be quick. The proposal is to rezone property from neighborhood community facility to rural and rural residential. The area highlighted in green is to be rezoned. The second part of the proposal is to reconfigure 2 existing lots and add a 3rd lot as part of a subdivision. The subject property consists of the former site located at 2626 Loch Lomond Road and an adjacent larger parcel. This parcel is about 15 hectares. It's mostly wooded lot with its frontage divided from Lakewood School site by another property. The 2 properties extend from Loch Lomond Road to Pipeline Road East and are divided by Little River. Under the municipal plan, the properties are designated rural residential from Loch Lomond Road to Little River. The rezone is only intended for this section of the property, with the balance of land south of Little River remaining under the current zoning. Any further subdivision of the property would not be capable of meeting the rural residential zone standards. Policy LU 106 does permit the creation of up to 2 new lots from a host parcel. And this subdivision is supported by the municipal plan because of the rural residential designation. The rezoned properties can meet all zoning bylaw standards with the exception of the minimum required lot frontages. This variance can be supported as the proposal does keep with the existing character and context of the area, and that variance would be dealt with by the development officer subsequent to the rezoning. The variance, again, would reduce the required lot frontage on lots 21-1 and 21-2 from 60 to 46 meters. In terms of engagement for this rezoning, letters were mailed to property owners within 100 meters on February 4th and a public notice posted the same week. There have been a couple of inquiries regarding the rezoning, but no opposition has been registered. When the item was before the PAC, the committee voted in favor of staff's recommendation. So in summary, this would be the staff recommendation. Staff are supportive of the rezoning to approve the zoning bylaw amendment from neighborhood community facility to rural residential, as well as accept money in lieu of land for public purposes dedication is recommended to go with the subdivision. This money in lieu of LPP dedication would be dealt with at 3rd reading. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. Okay, so I will open the public hearing now, and I will call for anyone who would like to speak against this proposal, and we do not have anyone registered. I will call again if there's anyone here that would like to speak against this proposal. And I will ask once more if there's anyone here that would like to speak against this proposal. Okay, is there anyone here who would like to speak in favor of the application proposal?
Your Worship, members of Common Council, Rick Turner with Hughes Surveys and Consultants, here on behalf of the property owner. We are in agreement with the staff recommendation. Just a little bit of background, where this was just creation of 2 lots and something fairly simple. I did mention to the property owner it would be good to at least have some engagement with the neighbors immediately adjacent to the property. So he approached them. One person had some reservations, which you have a letter in your kit. The rest of the owners and people across the street from it were fine. They were, I guess, somewhat pleased that the institutional zoning that was on the property would be eliminated and it would become residential in keeping with what's around them. The person that had some reservations, their concerns were, one, about possibility of it being a further subdivision, a larger subdivision. When you use that term subdivision, some people don't acquaint it to 1 or 2 lots. They automatically think of a community being created, which isn't the case here. The other thing, there was a food truck that the owner had allowed them to put it on the site. He didn't think with the institutional zoning, he more acquainted that to a commercial use and thought, well, it shouldn't be a problem. It did become a problem. He came to our office and asked me some questions about it and said, well, what should I do? I suggested, look, have them vacate the site and you should consider what you want to do in the longer term. And he said, well, it'd be nice to have a couple of real large lots there, and there'd be more homes right in the vicinity of where he lives. So he took that advice. We went ahead, applied for the rezoning to subdivide the property into the 2 lots, and here we are today. I certainly look for your support in the application.
Thank you. Appreciate you addressing some of the concerns that we've seen in our kit in the letter. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Turner? All right. Oh, hold on. We do have one question from Councillor Radwan. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner, I was just wondering if you know if Mr. and Mrs. Train's intention is to have like 1 or 2 homes built there. Any idea when they would build?
At this point in time, they look to get the 2 lots established, and they will likely just put them on the market. I don't know that they have any immediate plans for building on them themselves. They have a fairly nice home right in the immediate vicinity. So I think it'll be just 2 lots put on the market. If there is somebody in waiting to purchase and build, I'm not aware of it.
Yeah, and the other question that I had is I know that the Lakewood School, when it sat there, part of the reason why it closed was due to water issues. Has that been explored to be able to actually build there, or?
Yes, through your worship, there was an issue with the water, but that has been resolved. I think there was some dealings through the Environment Department, and that was looked after by the previous property owner.
Wonderful. Well, I'm in full favor, so thank you so much, Mr. Turner.
Thank you.
Mr. Turner. Oh, Councillor Lowe has a question for you. Go ahead, Councillor. You're on mute there, Councillor. Sorry.
I'm just going to move staff recommendation.
Thank you. Okay, wait on. Hold on for 1 second here. I have to call 2 more times.
All right.
I'll use that, but I have to call 2 more times. Mr. Turner is the only person registered to speak in favor of the proposal, but I will call again. Is there anyone who would like to speak in favor of the proposal? Anyone who would like to speak in favor of the proposal? Okay, so Councillor Lowe, you're moving the recommendation, staff recommendation. I have a seconder of Councillor Radwan. Hang on for a second. What I need is 2 motions. So the first motion is reading by title. That's what you're gonna support there, Councillor Lowe. Reading by title. Councillor Radwan is the seconder on reading by title. On the question, all in favor? Against? Motion carried. Over to you, City Clerk.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John.
I need a second reading by title. Councillor Sullivan and Councillor Lowe on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Over to you, City Clerk.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John.
Thank you. Okay, next item.
Your Worship, next we have another public hearing. It's item 9.2 on your agenda, and this is for a proposed zoning bylaw amendment at 1781 Bayside Drive.
Okay, 1781 Bayside Drive. I am handing this one off to Commissioner Hamilton as well for the introduction. Over to you, Commissioner.
Your Worship, members of council, before you for public hearing this evening is an application for a rezoning and Section 59 amendments that was submitted by Hughes Surveys on behalf of Thomas Developments for an existing pit operation at 1781 Bayside Drive. The application seeks a rezoning to a portion of the property from the pit quarry zone to rural residential or rural zoning, which would allow for the consolidation of a portion of the site with an adjacent parcel. The application is also seeking an amendment to Section 59 conditions that were previously imposed on the site to allow the expansion of the quarry operations consistent with the requirements of the pits and quarry zone. The application has been considered by both staff and the Planning Advisory Committee, and there are recommendations to approve the application. And included in your package is a supplemental report, which has been prepared to address some concerns that were raised at the Planning Advisory Committee. And with that as an introduction, I'll turn things over to Mr. Mark Reed, Senior Planner, for a very short presentation on the file. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Reed.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council, and thank you, Jacqueline. The application before you this evening is a rezoning and Section 59 amendment for a portion of land at 1781 Bayside Drive. The applicant is proposing to rezone a portion of the site from pit and quarry to rural to allow for its consolidation with an adjacent parcel, and also to amend the Section 59 conditions that relate to the area of the site that is zoned pit and quarry. This is the parcel here that would be consolidated with the Thomas Development lands that front on Black River Road that are zoned rural. The parcel is encumbered by the pipeline, so it's of limited use for aggregate extraction. So the applicant is proposing to basically consolidate it with the adjacent parcel that also has a pipeline encumbrance on it. The applicant is also within the requirements of the PQ zoning. They're also proposing to do some future excavation for quarryable substances on the site, quarryable material, shown here in pink. The site, it's a fairly large site that runs between the Maritimes Northeast Pipeline and Bayside Drive. There is some quarrying operation and pit operations that have occurred over the previous years at the front of the site, but a lot of that material is now depleted, and they are looking to move towards the back of the site. This is a view here from Bayside Drive showing the entrance to the pit. As well, here's a municipal plan map. The site is largely zoned rural resource in the municipal plan. There's a small corner at the front that is designated heavy industrial, and both of these land use designations support continued aggregate extraction on the site. Also, the PQ zone conforms to the plan policy related to aggregate extraction and compatibility with adjacent uses. Staff note that the aggregate extraction areas are over 500 meters away from the nearest residences, and we also have Section 59 conditions relating to the requirements of a hydrogeological groundwater monitoring program and drainage and stormwater management provisions. In terms of zoning, the site is currently zoned PQ, and there's a small portion at the back that is zoned rural. The large portion of the site, generally 60 hectares, was rezoned in 2007, and then there was an additional 30 hectares rezoned in 2013. And the hatched portion at the back shows the area that would be rezoned from pit and quarry to rural. Again, in terms of the rezoning would allow for a portion of the site encumbered by the pipeline to be consolidated with another parcel owned by the proponent. The applicant is also seeking amendments to the Section 59 conditions, which govern excavation of the site to permit an excavation depth to 53 meters, to bring the hours of operation in line with those required by the PQ zone, to clarify drainage requirements for the pit and quarry area, and to increase the cap on the portion of the site that could operate as a pit from 4 hectares to 5 hectares. And this would bring the site in line with the current standards of the PQ zone. Staff are recommending approval of the rezoning and the amendment to the Section 59 conditions. With respect to the conditions, those are displayed here on your screen. We're recommending an excavation limit down to 53 meters, which would essentially set the floor of the quarry. The report referenced 50, but we had some additional meetings with the sub-consultant that did the geological and groundwater analysis, and 53 is basically where they're looking to be in terms of extracting the rock and still providing some additional security to the groundwater in the area. The stormwater to drainage for the site would be to both the pit and quarry zone and drainage bylaw standards. Staff are recommending that there be a Section 59 condition imposed to require a groundwater monitoring plan, and that the limit be that the access be limited to the existing driveway. We're also proposing that the extent of excavation at the rear of the site be in accordance with that requested by the developer. That is that red area on the map, and that the treed area basically between that excavation area and the rear property line remain. We're also recommending that the applicant provide confirmation of provincial approvals at the time that they apply for the excavation permit, and those provincial approvals would include both the necessary wetland and watercourse alteration permits, as well as the provincial approval to operate for the proposed quarrying activity. We're also recommending that the applicant seek the approval of the pipeline company for any activities within 200 meters of the pipeline in both the areas zoned pit and quarry and rural. In terms of engagement, letters were sent out to landowners within 100 meters of the site, and public notice of tonight's hearing was also posted on the city's website. We received 2 letters, one in support and one in concerns, and there was an area landowner attended the PAC meeting and expressed concerns, and city staff and the proponent and that landowner had a meeting last Friday to discuss those concerns as well. In terms of the staff recommendation, we're recommending that the 1.7 hectare portion of the site be rezoned from pit and quarry to rural, and that the conditions be amended as detailed in the staff report. PAC also was in line with that recommendation. There was some concern at the meeting with respect to the scope of the rehabilitation for some treed areas that were previously cleared in the back of the site, and that they suggested that the applicant and city staff and area landowners meet, and we have done that, and suggested a condition be presented to Common Council at third reading. In terms of the areas cleared on the site, there is an area at the front, and that does look cleared on the air photo, but that area has been rehabilitated and confirmed as such by city staff prior to the 2013 rezoning. There were, however, some areas at the rear of the site adjacent to the pipeline that were cleared and that were discussed for additional rehabilitation at the PAC meeting. Generally, when staff reviewed this in more detail, the PQ zone requires a 30-meter buffer between any excavation area and the property lines of the site. And there will be, with the proposed area here shown in red for future excavation, there will be a 30-meter tree buffer in excess of that 30-meter requirement, generally ranging anywhere from 75 upwards to 220 meters between the excavation area and the rear property lines of the site for those properties along Old Black River Road. In terms of the site, there was some discussion at the PAC meeting around tree planting. Tree planting for rehabilitation isn't contemplated by the zoning bylaw. Typically what we do in a pit and quarry, the area is reshaped with fill material and topsoil, and then basically it's hydroseeded with a highway mix to provide vegetation and erosion control. And then over time, what we find, even with that, we do get natural revegetation of the forested area over time as successional growth occurs on the site. The staff reviewed this. We're of the opinion that there is no need for an additional Section 59 condition with respect to any tree planting in this area. We also note that the applicant went out on site and provided us with some additional photos here where we can see some successional growth starting to occur of both deciduous and softwood trees in those cleared areas on the site. So based on that, staff are recommending that the rezoning proceed with the recommended Section 59 conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. I will open the public hearing and we'll come back to you later if anyone has any questions. So is there anyone present who would like to speak against the proposal? I know we had two letters in the kit, one for, one against. So I'll ask again if there's anyone who would like to speak against the proposal. Oh, Mr. David Dobbelstein, I will send it over to you, please. So if you want to give us your name and your address.
Sure, thank you, Your Worship. My name is David Dobbelstein. I'm the homeowner of 1406 Old Black River Road. You may know me as a city staff person, but I've already declared a conflict of interest with the clerk's office. I'm here tonight just as a landowner. I don't represent the city this evening. I'm the applicant in question that Mr. Reid mentioned in terms of the neighbor who spoke at PAC and then met with the proponent and his consultants. I would say the meeting we had on Friday was very congenial. I sort of raised some concerns. There was sort of some gaps in what I thought were the initial report. And again, the hydrology report wasn't available to the public before this meeting tonight. And sort of I pointed out to PAC that there was a lot of clear cutting that had happened in 2017, which the consultant admitted the landowner had done without knowing he wasn't supposed to, and has sort of agreed now that that won't continue, and showed pictures that the land is being rehabilitated naturally. So that's sort of certainly good enough for me as a landowner nearby in terms of mitigating noise. And then also read through the report. I still would have some concerns sort of as a landowner about having a quarry nearby. One concern I do have still, even after the meeting, and I take it faith that they're going to keep noise to a minimum. They're going to limit blasting to only a few times per year and notify neighbors. I think that's just part of being a good neighbor to local residents. The hydrology consultant also mentioned that in the type of rock that they're planning on going after in the West Beach Formation, which you can probably see in your council kit on page, I think it's 253, it doesn't impact any wells. And so if the consultant is saying, and he's an expert in water, and he's saying it's reasonable assurances it won't impact neighbors, I think that's good enough for me. Where I do have some concerns, and I've already addressed these to the planner on file, is they're asking for permission to dig down to 53 meters across the entire future operations area into the type of sedimentary rock that all the well owners share. Now, I take it on faith and trust that when the consultant told me they have no intention of actually digging into the area of sedimentary rock, certainly that's reassuring to me as a homeowner that they're trying to protect my well. I guess the concern I have is I don't know the owner's propensity towards keeping the quarry long term. And if there was no condition set on not digging in that area, in conversation with the consultant, he said, yeah, wells could be more exposed to risk if you dug into sedimentary rock. Now, the consultant assures us that there's no economic benefit to doing so, and that may be true, but also things could change in the next few years, where maybe there becomes a benefit, but then there's no protection for landowners. So that would be the only reservation at this point I have. I think a lot of the reservations I had as a landowner were addressed in meeting with the consultant or the proponent's consultant. But that would be the one that would be remaining. I'll be honest, I don't have a recommendation as to how it's addressed. I know that they probably want to chase igneous rock, and I'm not suggesting you put a condition in to allow them not to chase it, but I'm saying, what is the provision to protect well owners who use sedimentary rock? And I guess the concern I would have of that is the landowner previously ignored Section 59 conditions when he clear cut over 8 hectares. So again, I've heard him loud and clear that they said they won't do that again. But again, looking ideally for a little more protection for my well and my neighbor's wells. That way the city wouldn't actually have to run a pipe all the way up to that part of Old Black River Road at great expense. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dovelstein. I do have a question for you from Councillor Ogden. Over to you, Councillor.
It's a concern, I guess. I agree with Mr. Dovelstein about the wells and his concern about that, but I also think that if 8 hectares were cut without permission, that they should have to be reforested.
Thank you. We can get back. We can check back with staff with that. Any other questions for Mr. Dovelstein? All right. Well, thank you very much for your input tonight.
Thank you.
I'll call again if there's anyone here who would like to speak against this application. Anyone here who would like to speak against the application for 1781 Bayside Drive? Okay, I'll ask if there's anyone here who would like to speak in favor of the application. Oh, Mr. Turner, over to you.
Yes, Your Worship, members of the Common Council, Rick Turner with Hughes Surveys and Consultants here on behalf of the property owner. Also available this evening is Dr. Matt Alexander, who's with Fundy Engineering. Matt's expertise goes into hydrology, blasting impacts, things about rock formations, and ongoing monitoring of quarry operations. We're certainly in agreement with the staff recommendations that have been put before you and the conditions proposed to be imposed. For neighborhood engagement, what we did is, because we're still in the somewhat COVID instance here, we sent out a map with a one-page sort of description of what's proposed and offered to take any questions that people wanted to present to us as project consultants or information that they could contact the city direct. To keep some consistency there, what we did is ask the city what they used for their mailing list for the 100-meter mail out. They provided us with a list so that at least we were contacting all the same people. Through that effort, I only had one phone call from a resident at 1260 Old Black River Road. That woman that I spoke to was mostly just concerned with, well, what about blasting, and there's an oil pipeline or a gas pipeline out there. So I explained that we had to go through quite a rigorous process for anything on the blasting, that the pipeline people had been contacted and were well removed of the actual pipeline with the proposed activities. Her other question was, will there be any runoff towards my property? And no, it's the runoff, if there was any, would be in the opposite direction. She was quite satisfied with those explanations, and I told her that I will pass that on to council at the hearing. So if she's listening in, she knows I've followed up for her. Yes, in the pipeline with regard to that, the Section 59 conditions certainly address anything with regard to the Emera pipeline. On March 4th, Dr. Alexander, Mr. Dobbelstein, Mark Reed, and myself met, as he's mentioned, and he had some very good questions. He had done a great presentation at Planning Advisory Committee, and certainly gave us some things to think about and to follow up on. We covered things with regard to the excavation depth, because there was a discrepancy in some of the information in the report. So I think we adequately covered that one. Groundwater, certainly there were a lot of questions about groundwater, which Dr. Alexander was able to go through that information, and it was discussed at fair length. The igneous rock, what's happened here is the back end of the site, there has been boreholes drilled. And the reason for the boreholes were to make sure that where we were going with proposed excavation, that it was in the product that best serves this type of operation. So those boreholes show that the igneous rock goes up pretty well to where our future excavation would be. Just going through my notes, Your Worship. We had some discussions about future monitoring. There will be pre-blast surveys. There will be some depths taken on existing wells, in particular Mr. Dobbelstein's, in order to have some record that can be gone back to if there's potentially any issue in the future. As far as the blasting, 3 to 4 times a year, generally that's what you would see with a quarry operation. The concern raised by the property owner was, are we going to be hearing this like daily, weekly, or what? So 3 to 4 times a year is probably more than adequate. The only time there would be something more than that would be if there was a major project such as what we just had at the port. Then there may be more blasting, but it still would not get into anything daily or weekly. What happens when they do their drilling and blasting for that kind of operation, they end up with some product that they then have to manufacture, crush it, use it as armor stone, whatever, but you need room on the site to do that, and it takes a fair bit of time to go through those exercises. So just there's a possibility of maybe more than 3 to 4 times through a year, but highly unlikely other than for a particular project.
Okay. Mr. Turner, is Dr. Alexander going to speak, or is he just going to answer some questions? I want to save a little bit of time. We're getting up to our 10 minutes,
okay.
So just in case anyone has any questions.
Yeah, I think I would turn it over to Dr. Alexander, because I've given the information I have pretty much, and he can certainly more adequately answer the type of questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Radwan, is your question for Dr. Alexander or for Rick Turner? Dr. Alexander. Dr. Alexander, can we get you on the line to answer a couple of questions?
Yes, Your Worship, I'm here tonight.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn this over to Councillor Radwan. She's got a question for you.
Okay, great.
Oh, there you are.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Dr. Alexander. I'm just wondering, with all the pit and quarry that's already gone on this site, how much could be taken out of this area that, with the rock and soil and such, that would not cause any negative effects on the environment and surrounding area?
Okay, well, the work that has gone on there previously was just sort of scraping the surface. You're just taking the materials off the surface. The future operations are actually going into the bedrock, and it's a very specialized bit of bedrock in this area. It's an intrusion that's gone on in between the sedimentary units. And so that's the unit that's the target unit. And that's the rock that they will be blasting and going after. It's a totally separate unit than what the residential wells in the area are located within. And our plan is to have a monitoring network in the area so we can assess any impacts that, if anything was to arise, that we would have a monitoring network in place so that we could track those. With respect to environmental issues, that there's, the provincial and municipal regulations that are in place for this. So those will be looking at the environmental impacts in the future.
Okay. And the other question that I have is about the production. So I have already received a numerous amount of phone calls about truck traffic complaints in the area. So I'm just wondering if business would stay about the same. Would there probably be less trucks coming in and out or more?
I think it would be quite similar to what it was previously when the area was being worked. And those trucks would be going along Bayside Drive, which is a truck route, and then going into the city.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Alexander. Nice to see you again.
Yep, good to see you.
All right, it doesn't look like we have any other questions for you or Mr. Turner, so appreciate you being here this evening. So I will call again if there is anyone here who would like to speak in favor of the application. Is there anyone here who would like to speak in favor of the application? Okay, council, any questions for staff? All right, City Clerk, over to you for the motions.
Thank you, Your Worship.
I do have one, Mayor, actually. I'm sorry.
I do have a question, I guess, from the Councillor Redwan. Go ahead.
I'm just to ask through you, Mayor, to staff, is there any way for us to have a condition in there about so that the citizens are protected if this happened to be sold in the future? Just in response to Mr. Dovelstein's question.
Mr. Reid, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. I guess we're recommending a fairly extensive list of conditions now. I guess one of his concerns was, even though they're going to be quarrying the igneous rock, what happens if they hit sandstone? One of our conditions is that the proponent develop a groundwater monitoring program developed by a professional engineer and geoscientist. So that would allow for both the groundwater levels in the area, so that the quantity and the quality of groundwater to be monitored as excavation activities occur on the site. With respect to the tree cutting on the site, the activity will start on essentially the Bayside Drive end of the quarry and then proceed to the back of the site. So generally there'll be quite a large elevation difference because you'll have the face of the quarry essentially at the Bayside Drive end of the site or the front of the site. So that will help to mitigate some of the noise issues associated with the quarry. In terms of a future operator, the Section 59 conditions run with the land, so they're registered on title. So they would bind anybody who buys that piece of land in the future would have to abide by those conditions.
And then, Mr. Reid, also, I did want to ask you, as far as process goes, since Thomas Construction didn't abide by Section 59 previously, I'm just wondering how do we make sure that it's going to be followed this time?
Okay, Mr. Reid, I don't know if that's okay. You go ahead and see what you want to do with that question.
Sure, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. One of the challenges is with the air photos, particularly with pit and quarry development. Oftentimes if they're doing test pits or excavation on the site, they do have to cut some trees to determine where that aggregate source is on some of these larger sites. Now, With respect to pits and quarries, they're licensed annually by the city, so they have to apply for their license every year, and that provides city staff with a means of basically, doing an air photo review and checking in with the operators on an annual basis, just to make sure they're in compliance, and to, if there are issues such as this, to work with them to get back into compliance.
That's great, and I mean, I'd like to see them be successful. It just obviously, they have to comply with the Section 59. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to pass it over to the city clerk for our motions, and this is a reminder that we're going from pits and quarries to rural. Okay, so city clerk, over to you for the first motion.
Thank you, Your Worship. This item requires two motions, a bylaw reading by title, first reading, and second reading by title as well.
Okay, I need a mover for first reading by title. I have Councillor Stewart and Councillor Hickey on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John.
Next motion. Second reading by title. I need a mover and a seconder, Councillor Stewart and the deputy. On the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
Law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John.
Thank you, City Clerk. Okay, over to you for our next item.
Thank you, Your Worship. So that concludes the public hearing portion, and we did skip an item, which would be the proclamation. We didn't have time to finish that before the hearing, and that's item 7.1 on your agenda, a proclamation in support of Ukraine.
Thank you. Whereas Ukraine is facing an unjustified attack on its people and country, and whereas we are deeply troubled by the attacks on Ukraine's civilian populations, the tragic loss of life, and catastrophic damage to property and civic infrastructure. And whereas Canada and its allies have been resolute in their support of the Ukrainian people and the brave men and women fighting to defend Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and whereas the people of Ukraine are standing up for democracy, world order, and the rule of law, so we stand with them. And whereas St. John is home to Ukrainian residents who add to the diversity of this city, and we're proud to harbor them in our community. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Donna O'Riordan of St. John, do hereby proclaim the City of St. John condemns the invasion, encourages all citizens to stand in solidarity and unity with Ukrainians. We support the Ukrainian population in St. John, and we welcome newcomers who may arrive in this community as a result of the invasion. Thank you. Next item, City Clerk.
Next item is consideration of bylaws, and the first bylaw is 10.1, and this is spring weight restriction permits, and Commissioner Hugenholtz will provide a brief overview.
Commissioner, over to you, please.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. The province of New Brunswick each year sets the time period for spring weight restrictions, during which time trucks are limited to 80% of masses normally permitted. So this year we are currently in spring weight restriction season. It's between February 27th to May 15th this year. So council may recall there have been times in previous years where there has been the need to permit a truck exceeding these limits to be moved during the spring weight restriction period, i.e. cranes, for example, in the uptown to support development. So the process has been to come before you with one-off amendments to this bylaw, and that would be spread typically over two meetings of council. The amendment before you here this evening will introduce a permitting process such that staff can effectively deal with these requests in future. These permits will be handled by our one-stop development shop and will be more responsive to the needs of our community while providing protection against damage to city infrastructure. Subject to questions, I will turn it back to the city clerk for first and second reading.
Thank you. I'll just let the public know that what we're doing tonight, we'll have first and second reading, and then we'll have third reading in 2 weeks. We had to do that every time we had an item, so it backed up a lot of work when we had to do it, because we had to come, the council staff had to come with first and second reading, then wait 2 weeks for third reading to move goods, a piece of equipment, whatever had to be done with the spring weights. So this is the genesis of this, to save time and to speed things up, become more efficient. So I do have a question for you, Commissioner, from Councillor Radwan. Go ahead.
Through your Mayor, reading to Commissioner Hugenholz, I'm just wondering, why is there no weight restriction on trucks going into the industrial parks?
Yeah, well, there are certain streets that are exempted, and most of the truck routes in the city would be included in that, including the routes to the industrial parks. I'm not sure, I think Director O'Reilly is on the call. Not sure if he has any additional context.
Yeah, thanks for the question.
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Director.
Thanks, Your Worship. Yeah, Councillor Radwan, again, it's a balancing process. So we do know there are streets within St. John, obviously arterials and collectors that are used extensively by trucks, but obviously there are industrial sites throughout St. John, including our industrial parks, that are frequented by trucks. So again, it's a balancing act, knowing that streets within St. John, some of them are going to deteriorate faster as a result of heavy truck traffic, including in the spring. So that's a primary reason why industrial parks are exempt, is to allow those trucks and that economy to continue in those industrial parks. Again, being mindful that those streets are going to experience accelerated deterioration as a result.
Yeah, I guess that my challenge with this one is that, to me, it looks like this could actually be put on smaller businesses. And, if you go out to Grandview Avenue right now, the whole place is just one big pothole. So, it just seems to defeat the purpose for me.
Thank you, Councillor. I think in the kit, though, Director O'Reilly, that it mentioned also that some of those roads, maybe not all of them, are built to a different spec to accommodate that extra truck traffic to the, I don't know if it's to the industrial park or where, but I did read that in the kit, I think. Okay, so I will pass this over to, Councillor Harris has a question, sorry.
Come in late, Your Worship. Sorry about that. Thank you.
No problem.
Just through you to Commissioner Hugenholz and potentially Director Tim O'Reilly. I guess what I struggle with here, in a similar vein as Councillor Radwan has laid out, is the level of subsidization that heavy industry is privy to from other levels of government. And it just seems that, yes, sure, we maintain roads to a different spec. I get that. When you're building something structural and you build it bigger and badder the first time, then it has more capacity to be built onto after that or be used differently. I can understand that. But I guess it is a bit of a concern for me to see that this is potentially another layer of subsidization. So I see that City Manager has his hand up, but I would love to hear just the overall landscape here as to what I'm looking at and why this is not that.
City Manager, over to you.
Yeah, Your Worship, if I may, through you to both councillors, actually. The issue of whether or not industry should be taxed more to pay for the wear and tear they put on their roads is certainly a question that has been before this council before, is part of our discussions on comprehensive property tax reform with the province. And certainly those issues need to be addressed moving forward. That is not this evening. Every year during the springtime, there are vehicles that have to operate on city roads that are over the weight limit. And in the past, what we've had to do every time is write an amendment to a bylaw, bring it before council, translate it, first and second reading, 2 weeks later, third reading. There's no agility in that whatsoever. So all this is tonight is very much focused on, if someone needs a weight waiver, then we have a more streamlined process to do that. The larger issue that both of you have mentioned is a significant issue, but it's not really what we're talking about here this evening.
Yeah, I get you. I mean, it's a bit elusive to me as the first time looking at it, so I appreciate that context, City Manager.
Okay, excellent. All right, City Clerk, over to you for our motions.
Thank you, Your Worship. So for this item, there are two motions, bylaw reading by title, first reading, and second reading by title.
Okay, first reading by title. I'll take them over, Councillor Sullivan and Councillor Harris on the question. All in favor? Opposed? One opposed. Councillor Radwan, motion carried.
This bylaw is entitled A Bylaw Respecting Weight Restrictions Within the City of St. John.
Thank you. Second reading by title. I'll take a motion. Councillor Radwan, Councillor Sullivan on the question. Or sorry, not Councillor Radwan. I'm looking at Councillor Killen. Councillor Killen and Councillor Sullivan on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Radwan opposing. Motion carried. Thank you, team.
A bylaw respecting weight restrictions within the City of St. John.
Thank you. City Clerk, on to our next item, please.
Next, we have item 10.2. Again, another bylaw reading, and this is for zoning bylaw amendment in section 59 conditions at 1429 Loch Lomond Road.
Okay, this one here I'm handing off to Commissioner Hamilton for a brief update on some of the questions and concerns that councillors had a couple of weeks ago. Over to you, Commissioner.
Yes, Your Worship, members of council, before you for third reading and approval, the section 59 conditions is the proposed rezoning application at 1429 Loch Lomond Road. And just as a reminder, the application is seeking to rezone the property from R2 residential to low and mid-rise residential to permit the development of an 82-unit multiple residential development project. And council did hold the required public hearing on February 7th and gave first and second reading to the rezoning. And as a follow-up to that, staff have prepared a supplemental report to both respond to the public input that was received, as well as addressing questions of council, and are recommending additional conditions to the development to address some of these concerns. And with that as an introduction, I'll hand things over to Mark Reed, who will provide just a brief presentation to review this information for council's information.
Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Reed.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Director O'Reilly will be assisting me too with the presentation with respect to one of the slides I have on traffic operations along Loch Lomond Road. Just bear with me here. So the application, there were essentially three issues raised at the public hearing. The first was conformity with the city's municipal plan. The second one was the ability of the city to impose a development or construction timeline on the development. And the third was area traffic operations along Loch Lomond Road. With respect to the municipal plan, one of the items that was raised at the public hearing by various residents in the area was that the development does not conform to the municipal plan. Staff believe that, and honestly, this assertion is incorrect. The city's municipal plan is a current and valid document, and it's been updated quite a bit since its inception in 2012. Staff note that among the site-specific amendments that have occurred with respect to various development proposals, we've undertaken some major change in the municipal plan, one of which was the adoption of the Central Peninsula Secondary Plan, and another recent major change was the amendments to provide for residential development in the regional retail centers such as the McAllister area of the city. With respect to development in stable residential areas, the plan acknowledges that over time, the land use and built form in these areas, such as the subject site, will evolve over time from its current configuration to complete communities where people can basically live and access all of the services that they need on a daily basis, be it recreation, education, employment, or shopping. Policy LU 88 provides a criteria for evaluating rezonings in stable residential areas, which the proposal meets. It looks at such things as servicing capacity, impacts on the adjacent neighborhood, as well as the site's location along key corridors and arterial roads, all of which are met by this proposal. Staff also note that the proposal was vetted through a thorough analysis by the city's professional planning staff. And in the PAC report, there's fairly detailed discussion and a very detailed policy analysis that it analyzes the proposal against the relative policies of the municipal plan. We also note that all of our reports go through PAC, which resulted in this case a positive recommendation from the committee to Common Council. So that's essentially another check or another layer of review with a body of citizens appointed at large with respect to how does this proposal meet the city's planning documents. We also note that we have 3 members of PAC that were on the Citizens Advisory Committee that prepared the municipal plan and provided input to staff and our consultant back in 2010 through 2012 when the municipal plan was prepared. So there is some rooting with the city's planning advisory committee in terms of the basis and the key directions of the plan that also, serves the committee well as they evaluate proposals. So in conclusion, the proposal does conform to the city's municipal plan. The second item that came up was, is there any ability to impose a development timeline on this proposal? Yes, there is. Both the Community Planning Act and the Municipal Plan allow for a completion timeline to be imposed through Section 59 conditions. But staff thinks it's important to take a step back and consider, what are we attempting to regulate by imposing a development timeline? One of the things we heard from the neighborhood, particularly those residents immediately to the east of the site along Lakefield Court, is that it's the construction impacts that concern them. So staff are of the opinion that if construction impacts are the key issue, a more appropriate way to manage those impacts is to construct the berm first. So what staff have done is we've proposed an amendment to the Section 59 conditions that would see that treed berm along the site's eastern boundary, that's the common boundary with those adjacent residences to the east of the site, be constructed prior to the first building on site being built. So basically, when the developer comes in for his building permit and receives it, the first thing he is not doing is constructing the foundation for the building, but instead building that tree berm. Staff note that it's a challenging time for development now. There's shortages of materials, there's shortages of trades, pricing is affected because of this availability. And also in this particular development, the developer is working on an agreement with the province to secure affordable housing funding. And the timeline on that does affect their timing as to when they proceed. So if council was to impose a conditions stating that, development had to start by a certain set date or timeline, that poses an additional risk to the developer. One of the other points too we note in the report is that this land has development rights now. It's zoned R2, which allows for 1 and 2 unit development. So as of right, somebody could come in and obtain a subdivision approval, and then, from our preliminary review of the development yield of that site, they could build upwards of 22 unit dwellings. So you could potentially have 40 buildings be built on that site, and through that subdivision approval process, there's no ability for council to impose a timeline. So that in effect could have a greater impact on the surrounding neighborhood in terms of the actual time it takes to build out the development. So from a minimization or mitigating impacts on the surrounding neighborhood, staff are of the opinion that the best way to go about this is to place a condition to have the berm built prior to any buildings being built on the site. In terms of traffic operations, I'll turn it over to Director O'Reilly to provide an overview of those.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. Your Worship and Council, vehicular and pedestrian traffic generated from this new development onto the city's transportation system is expected to be served well, with impacts on the existing system minimized. The development will create a new intersection with Lachlan Road. Motorists are expected to access and leave this development with a good level of service, including turning left into the development without the need for a left turn lane. Generally, pedestrians are not anticipated to need to cross the street at this new intersection, as the sidewalk is on the same side of Lachlan Road as the new development. It would also not be a safe location for a crosswalk given the constrained sightlines. We also believed it was important to look beyond the location of the new intersection when identifying how this development would align with a broader transportation system. The estimated 356 vehicles per day that will be generated from this development is expected to have minimal impact on the functioning of the nearby Hickey and McAllister intersections. Despite the minimal impact, we believe it was important to provide some detail on the planned or potential future improvements to the flow along Lachlan Road, which I list at the bottom of the slide. These improvements can be described as iterative in nature and are meant to help alleviate the broader traffic congestion issues identified by both the community and confirmed through our work during Move SJ. With the sidewalk on Lachlan Road being on the same side as this development, pedestrian flow in either direction on Lachlan Road will also be served well. There are 3 crosswalks along Lachlan Road in the vicinity of the development where there's more substantial demand to cross the street. One of these crosswalks at a transit stop at Bon Accord, currently without pedestrian signals, will receive pedestrian signals with partial funding coming from this development. With this developer. I do note that we have had multiple requests from the community for an enhancement to this particular crosswalk, so we'll be able to achieve the request from the community as well. I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Reid.
Thank you, Director O'Reilly. So in conclusion, staff's recommendation is consistent with the PAC recommendation to proceed to third reading and approve the rezoning subject to the recommended Section 59 conditions. We have made 2 amendments to these conditions. One is related to the timing of the berm, and the second is a new condition that requires a capital contribution from the developer to the improved crosswalk infrastructure at the Bon Accord Drive crosswalk. We're also recommending that Common Council provide the subdivision assents for the proposal and approve the street name as outlined in the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. I do have a couple of questions for you. Councillor Stewart has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Not so much a question, just a couple of concerns. And I know, you know, I'm a rookie councillor, but I know enough to know that we're at third reading. This is probably going to get put through no matter what anybody says, but I'm going to feel better about stating the way I feel about this subdivision going in that spot. So please bear with me. First, myself and this council are absolutely pro-growth, pro-development, and we're very caring and aware of affordable housing. No doubt about it. We have been proving that since our very first vote. Secondly, I trust and admire the city staff, and I truly appreciate the amount of time and energy that gets put into each and every report. They are the professionals. Having said that, there's obviously a lot of opposition against this proposed development, and some very strong arguments have been presented. In my opinion, there has been enough good reasons put forth to deny this rezoning, and I don't need to repeat all those reasons. But as I stated at the last meeting, I lived and traveled on Lachlan Road for 10 years, and that was a few years back, and the traffic congestion then was more than enough that it was one of the major factors that caused me to move off of that street. As I said, I trust city staff and their recommendations. However, that does not mean that we always get it right. One only has to drive around this city and other cities, to be fair, but to see some head-scratching examples of why would they build that there? Why would they put those lights there? Why would they put that road coming out there? Of course, in every example, I'm sure there was logic and good purpose for these. However, as I say, we haven't always got it right. This proposed development will, in my opinion, increase noise levels dramatically, increase traffic congestion, increase frustration, anxiety, stress. It will make a potentially hazardous entrance open onto an extremely busy roadway. That roadway and sidewalk infrastructure needs to be addressed before a development like this gets built, not after. One of the many great things we talk about as councillors is that St. John is so big, covers so much area. While that itself causes many financial problems for us, it also allows us to be a city where people can choose where they want to live and what kind of neighborhood they want to be part of. In my opinion, the current zoning on this property is already perfect for the kind of development that should continue there. Single family or duplex residential. There's lots of demand for this type of development, and just because it doesn't fit with these developers' budgets doesn't mean that we should rezone it for theirs. I ask of my fellow councillors, let's get this one right. Thank you.
Right on 3 minutes there, Councillor. Thank you. Over to you, Councillor Radwan.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just have some comments too. My first one is way to go, Councillor Stewart. I just wanted to basically give some opinion, my own opinion. I was upset that we were looking at a one-day traffic study for this. And the day after the first and second reading, I drove out Pauline Street and had to wait 20 cars to get out at 7:30 in the morning. Drove not even a half a kilometer, and there was a car accident. I don't know if somebody was trying to prove my point, but it's extremely concerning. We don't have the infrastructure there. I'm all for growth, all for affordable housing, but it's got to be in the right place. The municipal plan talks about the rural intensification areas being in Waterloo Village, Lansdowne, Crescent Valley, and there's a few others. It does not mention this area. The other thing that it says is that in stable areas, it includes existing healthy, primarily low density residential areas not intended as intensification areas or employment areas. Stable areas are to be expected to experience, are not to be expected to experience major development, although they will evolve incrementally. Incrementally does not mean 82 units. So anyway, Mayor, just thank you for letting me just say a few words. I personally think that the residents in this area don't have a problem with growth in their backyard if it's an R1, R2. They have an issue with this 82 unit intensification next to their homes. And you know what? It just doesn't look like it fits. So I totally agree. And you know what? And I do rely on staff. I do rely on PAC. And the two people that voted against against this at PAC is Councillor Lowe, who has lots of experience, and the chair, who has an incredible amount of experience. So I do, their votes weigh a little bit on what happens. It was voted through from PAC. I do thank staff, though, however, for the amendments that were made for Section 59. The berm is very important. I'm so glad to see that if this goes through, that there will be a crosswalk up in Bonaccord. Very important. And I appreciate all of the information after and all the work that's been put in. However, this just doesn't fit for the neighborhood.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lowe, over to you.
My concern is there's no time limit going to be put on this construction site. And staff has very often recommended to PAC, when PAC brought it up, that time limits can be put on sites. And Mark talks about affordable housing, how would it affect that? Well, it's the same workers and the same material that they buy and use on other sites. So, I mean, to me, this is a very very, very weak angle to say affordable housing. And because it's hard to get work people to work, and I understand that. I know there's material that's backlogged. I know that, but it's backlogged for everybody. Yet staff recommends many times that we put time limits on it, but not on this one. And to me, when he says affordable housing, well, let's say it's built over 15 years and the last 9 or 10 houses are affordable housing. I mean, if you're not going to put any time limits on it, these people are going to be trucks, digging, noise, if there is blasting. I'm not saying there's going to be. This is going to be out there in an area that could go on for X number of years, which most other projects we don't allow. And that's the part I don't understand, where staff came in about this. It makes no sense to me that on one hand, they say certain regulations, and on this one, no, there's nothing. That's, I mean, I know it's going to go through. It looks like it's going to go through, but I just thought that time limits of staff would come with some form of a time limit. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, just to weigh in on my own comments. I look at this and I've done a lot of research over the past few weeks. I've obviously tried to understand housing as best I can. You know, I'm a little bit concerned about Councillor Lowe's timeline piece, because I know that every contractor I know is booking a year out. And so if these guys don't have permits yet and these guys don't have contractors line up and booked, I guarantee you're going to be a 1.5 to 2 years out before you can even get a full comprehensive schedule in place for your contractors and subcontractors. It's just the area in which we live, and it's not an easy sell. And the other part is that I can't find one expert that is suggesting to municipalities in this country that they should protect these types of zonings. As a matter of fact, I have found multiple experts over the past 3 to 4 weeks that suggest dezoning and taking away these exclusionary zoning policies is the only way that municipalities can start to address the lack of middle housing, which is exactly this development. And then finally, I look at this and I say, look, the owners right now could go in and pound in 90 single detached family homes that are all going to have 2 vehicles each, right? If you put in a single detached home, you're looking at $300,000. Those types of income earners are not owning 1 car, they're owning 2. So I don't know what we're solving, right? When we say traffic is a concern, I get it, it's a concern. And I know that I've talked to Director Tim O'Reilly and he said, you know, there are plans for infrastructure along Loch Lomond to expedite some of these things in the future. So, I mean, I look at that and I just say, I don't know how to side with the experts on this and to side with what the city needs as far as housing increases and density. So anyway, those are my thoughts, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy.
Thank you, Worship. I guess I have to agree with Councillor Lowe. Actually, this is my biggest issue with this is, you know, look, I'm not an arborist, but I don't think a 3.5-foot tree is going to do a whole lot of, you know, hiding what's going on the other property. I mean, it's nice. It's a berm and probably to some degree useful, but I think the timeline is important. I understand what Councillor Harris is saying. So from my perspective, I would like to see the project completed within 5 years after the shovels go into the ground. So that takes care of all your preliminary work. Nobody's being bothered while that's going on. Once those shovels go into the ground, you get 5 years to complete the job. So I would put that forward as a condition, item 59. Should I get a seconder on that?
I've got the city manager has his hand up, so I'll go over to him.
Okay, thank you.
Your Worship, if I may, through you to the councillor and on the previous comments about timelines, just one additional piece of information I'd like to put out there. When a building permit is applied for, the building permit is only good for 2 years. Therefore, ideally, when this developer comes forward for a building permit, he has 2 years to complete that particular building. And if certain conditions are met, we would extend that by a year. So what the deputy mayor is suggesting is already within our mechanisms because of the issuance of the building permit. If we did that site-wide and insisted that all the buildings be done within 5 years, then we start to trip into supply and demand issues again, both in terms of materials, contractors, but also the demand may not be there for the entire build all at once. But once he starts something, the developer only has 2 years with a possibility of an extension of a third to complete whatever he has asked for a building permit on.
Okay, 2 points on that, city manager. Number one, it doesn't have to come to council to get building permit renewed, correct?
That is correct. It's within the purview of staff to extend to a third year, right, but only to a third year.
But only to a third year. So the other thing is, as councillors who have been on council for a while, we have had other projects that have had a 5-year timeline put on them. And I don't understand why we can do some and not others.
Oh, well, Deputy, I would suggest that times they are changing because of COVID and the availability of contractors, et cetera. So could such a condition be imposed? The short answer is yes, it could be. The recommendation of staff is that it not be, given the current COVID circumstances and the incredible demands on contractors and supplies at this point in time. And we actually don't even know what the demand on the buildings will be either, including affordable housing units.
Okay.
I still think if I talk about when the shovel goes into the ground, that's the key here. So all your, you know, getting your finances in place, getting your permits done, all that stuff doesn't count. Once the noise starts, you get 5 years. Anyway, I think it's fair. I don't see why we couldn't put that condition on it, but I would need a seconder to even go forward with it. So,
okay. Thank you, Deputy. I got here. Anybody else? Okay, Councillor Radwan, you can finish us off, I guess.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the city manager, actually, when this kind of came up and Councillor Harris mentioned this was something that I had thought about, and I thought, you know, what I would love to see, and I don't know if any other jurisdictions do anything like this, but when a building permit is issued, it would be great if the start date could actually happen when the shovels go on the ground. Now, I know that that might require staff to go on site to check that out, but I like there being that restriction of 2 years, and then I would hope only with extenuating circumstances that that other year would be enforced. I mean, I think if the Hickey brothers can do that massive building up in Forest Hills in a year during COVID, I have a feeling that anybody else can probably get their supplies in by the end of the 3 years.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hickey.
Well, Mr. Radwan's comment, I feel a little awkward waiting in on this one, but Your Worship, to Councillor McKenzie's point, is there any impression from staff that 5 years would be unacceptable for this developer? Like that's what I'm confused about. We've put this in place before. It's clear from the neighborhood that would be quite contentious. Is there an impression from staff that this would not be doable? I mean, my God, in 5 years, I hope we're still not talking about COVID-19.
Your Worship.
Okay, Mark, for you.
You know, through you to the councillor, the overall intent of imposing the 5-year restriction is typically when developments are either speculative in nature or represent, you know, a fairly large departure from the vision established in the municipal plan, where we're getting into either a municipal plan amendment or an amendment to the city's primary development area, which is our servicing boundary. So, you know, Ethos Ridge is one where we were into a fairly major municipal plan amendment where we did impose, you know, a 5-year timeline recently. In this case, you know, the site it's on a service site, it's within the PDA, it's in close proximity to a lot of the services. So based on that, you know, staff are of the opinion that, you know, the 5-year timeline isn't warranted. And in terms of all of this, just over the past couple of days, you know, I've had some additional discussions with the developer, and, you know, prices for a lot of these contractors are going up by the week, right? So that, you know, yes, we're not going to be in COVID forever, but there is still a degree of uncertainty in a lot of this for the development community.
No, without a doubt, Mark, and I understand and certainly sympathize with that and recognize the nature of pretty significant inflationary impacts on these projects. I guess for that reason, I would think you'd want to get it done a little quicker. I would think that the 5 years would offer some comfort to folks around the neighborhood who are specifically worried about that building time. I mean, if Councillor McKenzie was still keen on it, I would accept that amendment. I would second his amendment to that motion, to the motion that's on the floor.
Okay, I'll check with the clerk here how this is going to work, but I'm going to go over to Councillor Lowe next for his final.
I mean, I totally agree that we should set a time limit on it. I mean, John has suggested 5. I'm not sure if John made a motion. I think he didn't, but I'll make a motion that the 5 be increased to 6 years, that the entire project be done in 6 years. And I make that a motion.
Councillor Hickey, you're seconding that. I need to check with the clerk to find out. City Clerk, is this all kosher to add?
Oh, thank you. Yes, Your Worship, if I could walk us through the motions, there'll be a time to deal with the
okay,
the
that's fine. We'll wait till then. All right, sounds good.
So whenever you're ready, I'll announce the motions.
Okay, fine. So we're almost ready. I'm just going to throw my 2 cents in with all of this. What I'll say is that 82 units in any neighborhood is going to generate traffic. It's going to generate whatever traffic 82 units would generate. And the more conditions, and I am on the fence about the conditions, the more conditions you add on your developers, the more you dilute your "we're open for business" statement. So I just throw that out there. So City Clerk, over to you for the motions.
Okay, so thank you, Your Worship. So the first motion would be to adopt the staff recommendation in the report.
Okay, so if Councillor Lowe wants to add in, where would that? Oh, that's a section 59. Okay,
during
so
the section 59. Gotcha. Yeah. So
the first one is the third reading by is that by entirety? That's what you said, right?
So the recommendation in the staff report, and then we'll do the readings. Oh. The staff report contains a few additional items.
All right. So the first
point of information, Mayor, can I vote against everything except the amendment, Jonathan?
You could, yes. I would start with, though, just wait until the amendment comes up during the section Correct. 59 motion.
Correct.
So we'll start with the recommendation in the staff report.
Okay, so I need a mover and a seconder for the recommendation of the staff report. Councillor Harris and Councillor Hickey on the question. All in favor? Opposed? What have I got here? 1, 2, I can see 3 opposing hands. Radwan, Lowe, Stewart. Is that all I have?
And Councillor Ogden, Your Worship.
Councillor Ogden, okay, I can't see you, Councillor Ogden, sorry. Okay, motion carried.
So, Your Worship, for the record, we had Councillor Radwan, Stewart, Lowe, and Ogden voting nay.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
And so next motion would be a third reading of the bylaw in its entirety.
Okay, so I need a mover and a seconder for third reading in entirety. I've got Councillor Harris and I have Councillor Hickey on the question. All in favor? Opposed? I have Councillor Radwan, Councillor Lowe, Councillor Stewart. I can't see Councillor Ogden on my screen.
Councillor Ogden is a nay, Your Worship.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Okay, so this has to be read quickly, Your Worship. So this is a law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John. The zoning bylaw of the City of St. John enacted on the 15th day of December 2014 is amended by 1, amending Schedule A, the zoning map of the City of St. John by rezoning a parcel of land having an area of approximately 0.97 hectares located at 1429 Lachlan Road, also identified as a portion of PID number 00312900 from 2-unit residential to mid-rise residential, and 2, amending Schedule A, the zoning map of the City of St. John by rezoning a parcel of land having an area of approximately 0.95 hectares located at 1429 Lachlan Road, also identified as a portion of PID number 0031290 from 2-unit residential to low-rise residential pursuant to a resolution adopted by Council under Section 59 of the Community Planning Act.
Thank you.
The next motion, Your Worship, would be a Section 59. And just to procedurally, I understood the deputy wanting to add an additional condition to the Section 59.
Deputy?
So was my understanding correct, Deputy? You wanted to add an additional provision to the Section 59 condition with a time limit?
I was going to move that we do 5 years from the time the shovel was in the ground, but I didn't get a seconder. But Councillor Lowe went with 6 years, and he got a seconder, so I guess he wins overall.
Okay.
So the motion would be for a 6-year time limit on this development?
That was my motion, yes.
From when shovels went in the ground, does that make a difference with this? I don't know, I'm asking.
No, I'm thinking.
Okay.
It's got to be on the permit, Your Worship. We don't have that kind of infrastructure in place, to my knowledge, City Manager.
City Manager?
Yeah,
Your Worship, I think that if I could offer a slight amendment or precision to Councillor Lowe's motion, 6 years has to have a start time in it, and the best start time that is easily measurable is the issuance of the building permits.
Perfect.
yeah, I'll take the city manager's advice.
Mayor, can I ask a procedural question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Councillor Radwan, go ahead.
I just want to know if there was no 5 years put in this Section 59 and the building went ahead and get an extension on the 2 years to 3 years, if they didn't finish it in 3 years, does that mean that they have to go before council again?
City Clerk, over to you with that one, I guess.
Big word.
I believe that would be an enforcement issue.
Would that be Mr. Reed answering that? Or the commissioner? Mr. Reed?
Yeah. If I could hear the question again, I'd probably be able to give a better answer.
Sure, Mr. Reed. So I was just wondering, so for example, if the builders went ahead, they have 2 years for their building permit, they get a 1 year extension normally. If there is no 5 years in Section 59, once they're finished that 3 years, do they have to reapply and go before council again to finish their project?
No, there would be no council involvement. It would be some level of staff enforcement. Either staff would begin enforcement action, or they may have to come in and pull another permit for the remaining work.
Oh,
There's a motion on the floor.
Yep, City Manager, go ahead.
If I may, just to add a bit more clarity to Councillor Radwan's question, building permits are traditionally for a building. So the 2 year with a possible extension to a 3rd year would be on a single building, not for the entire plan. Councillor Lowe's motion is 6 years for the entire plan based on the first building permit.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, so we have that motion on the floor, which is the approval of Section 59 with the added condition of the 6 years. Well, I'm going to call the question on that. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, Councillor Harris is opposed. Is that it?
I believe Councillor Ogden was as well, Your Worship.
No.
Unless his hand is
No.
like. Oh, no,
He voted
sorry,
for it.
Councillor.
Okay. So we just have one opposing vote, which is Councillor Harris, correct? So the motion is carried. Councillor Harris noted. Thank you. And City Clerk, over to you for the final.
Okay. Thank you. And Now there's a requirement to pass a motion, third reading by the title of the bylaw.
Third reading by the title of the bylaw. Councillor Sullivan is moving that for me, and Councillor Hickey is the seconder on it. On the question, all in favor? Opposed? Opposed? I have Councillor Lowe.
Mayor,
Oh,
this
sorry.
is not section 59, right? This is not.
No, this is
section.
the title. Reading, third reading by title. Okay, I should have Councillor Stewart. Do I have Councillor Ogden as an A on this one as well?
Yes, Your Worship.
Thank you. Okay, motion is carried. Thank you,
For the
everyone.
record, again, it was the 4 council members that were nays were Councillor Rodwan, Councillor Stewart, Lowe, and Ogden. And just quickly to read the title of the bylaw, this is a law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John.
Thank you. When you're ready, we'll go over to the next item.
Next item is 11.1 under council member submissions, and this is a submission from Councillor Harris entitled Ukraine Refugee Support.
Councillor Harris, I'll get you to read your motion and we'll get a seconder on that and away we go.
Yes, Your Worship, I'll read my motion just in entirety first, and then I'd love to give a little explanation if I can get a seconder. Motion reads this, resolve that Common Council requests the city manager to utilize the assets and resources we have at the city level to support community-based organizations and other levels of government at his discretion to support the refugee crisis unfolding in Ukraine.
Seconder. Councillor Radwan. Okay, over to you, Councillor Harris.
Yeah, my whole thought for this is, in light of the crisis and tragedy emerging in Ukraine, Your Worship, and recognizing that the recent proclamation read by yourself, I think it's important for this council to equip our city manager with a bit of a mandate here, a clear mandate to support the various groups involved in the humanitarian crisis. We have many groups. We have ethno-cultural groups here with Ukrainian society. We have the YMCA, which are directly involved with refugee work. There's other groups as well in the city, Newcomer Association, you name it. So the idea is to provide some teeth to this proclamation. And, we're seeing municipalities all over Europe step up and provide all sorts of odd levels of engagement that they didn't normally offer to respond to this crisis. And I think, if we just do the math, you're looking at a population the size of Canada, half of which are women and children at least. So if you're looking at 18 million people there, that's a lot of people to absorb into this world. And if things go as sideways as they possibly could, and I would like the city to take a leadership role here and provide that mandate to our city manager.
Thank you, Councillor. So I will call the question on this. I will say that historically we have done some of that. When in my time we've had an influx of Syrians come into the city, and the city will just organically do a lot of this, but it's nice to have it on the table as well. So on the question, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Councillor Harris. All right, City Clerk, next item.
Your Worship, next we're on to business matters, item 12 on the agenda. The first item is 12.1, and this is a staff report, Move SJ Cycling Strategy.
Okay, this one I'm handing over to Commissioner Hugenholtz. Over to you, please.
Good evening, Worship and Council. We have a lengthy presentation for you this evening, so just very briefly, this presentation is going to include an overview of the city's proposed cycling strategy. This is one of the final parts of the final phase of our updated transportation plan. It is a complex document that was put together following extensive public and stakeholder engagement, as well as following best practices nationally. It is aligned with the city's other guiding plans and seeks to answer important questions such as where do we put cycling routes and how should those cycling routes be constructed. It is a receive and file recommendation for this evening. So please take the next couple weeks to read the strategy in depth, and feel free to reach out to Director O'Reilly or myself with any detailed questions you may have that are not answered this evening. We will be coming back to you at the next council meeting to seek your endorsement of the strategy. With that, I will turn it over to Director O'Reilly.
Thank you, Commissioner Hugen-Holtz, and Your Worship, you can see my screen okay?
I can. We all can. Thank you.
Thanks. Your Worship and Council, this report and presentation is the second of 3 presentations on various components of the third and final phase of Move SJ, our new transportation plan. This evening, I'll be focusing on two components of phase 3, one being a cycling strategy and the other being a discussion on the community's perspectives on transportation. Because there will be some important decisions that will need to be made as we introduce more cycling opportunities in our community that will affect different stakeholders in different ways, bringing these 2 topics together at the same time makes sense. When we look closely at how streets in St. John and many other communities have been constructed, it is noticeable many functions have been considered in the design process. All streets have space dedicated for vehicle traffic. Although there are certain gaps, most streets have dedicated pedestrian space in the form of either 1 or 2 sidewalks. Many streets have either dedicated parking spaces or are designed wide enough for parking on at least one side. Drainage is provided dedicated street width in the form of ditches or gutters. Many streets have room allotted for storage of snow in the form of medians or wider vehicle lanes. Green space is often provided on streets in the form of grass medians or street trees. All these uses provide community value and share part of the limited available street width and limited funding available to transportation services within the city. However, noticeably absent on most city streets is dedicated space for cycling, another form of transportation that is a priority for many in our community. This scenario creates 2 fundamental challenges. Challenge number 1, there's a clear imbalance in our transportation system with cycling being underserved. If we want to achieve Council's objective and Move SJ's aspirational goal of a balanced transportation system, there needs to be more focus provided to cyclists. Challenge number 2, pursuing a balanced transportation system where cycling is served more will come with difficult choices. Because street width and funding is limited and already consumed with services that also provide community value, introducing more cycling space and infrastructure will come at a cost to these different street functions in many circumstances. While we know we must serve cyclists more to achieve a balanced transportation system, we certainly do not want to trade one imbalance for another. It is important to acknowledge that achieving a balanced transportation system by improving access for cyclists, the efforts of many stakeholders in our community is required. Cyclists have a right to be on any city street. This right was enhanced further in recent years with the introduction of Ellen's Law by the province of New Brunswick, where cyclists have a right to their space on a street, plus a gap of 1 meter between themselves and a passing motorist. According to the law, cyclists have their own bike lane on every city street, even without the city considering designating space. If all motorists and cyclists followed the law, it is arguable whether the city even needs to designate space for cyclists. This is why education and enforcement efforts that are intended to encourage excellent driving behaviors are incorporated within the city's road safety strategy, which is also part of Move SJ. We also need to be realistic, however, that laws won't always be followed, and at the end of the day, we're all prone to errors as human beings. So there's a balance as well in identifying where laws are sufficient, or in some cases, more is needed to promote cycling as a safe transportation option. For a number of years, the city took a position of installing bike lanes on streets where it is easier to do so, mostly on streets where the width was already available. This resulted in a more sporadic approach where installed lanes didn't necessarily go anywhere. This all started to change about 10 years ago, backed by strategic plans that were starting to be developed, and the realization that if we wanted to encourage more cycling, we needed to start to create routes that were connected and continuous to popular destinations. The city now has 2 established arterial cycling routes, the Campus Harbour Connection, that is a north-south arterial between the UNB Hospital area and Harbour Passage, as well as the city's portion of the nationally connected Trans-Canada Trail, being an east-west arterial that also provides regional connections to the towns of Rothesay and Granby-Westfield. We did complete several road diets as part of these arterial routes, with a further diet planned for University Avenue this year that we previously discussed with Council. Before and after views of Millage Avenue that went through a road diet are provided at the bottom of the slide. I will note that each road diet we completed have been generally successful, and that is in part because we use data and best practices to analyze the impacts before proceeding with a particular road diet. Throughout MoveSJ, we have provided several opportunities for public and stakeholders to provide input. In each phase, we actively reached out to particular stakeholders where we thought there were certain impacts on their priorities. Receiving constructive input throughout the process has been a challenge, however. Several reasons for this are listed on the slide. There have been cases in the past where, as staff, we thought we secured the necessary input on a change to the transportation system, only to have input provided after the fact, after we implement the changes, quote unquote, on the street. We made a valiant effort to ensure feedback that truly represented the community was received during the third and final phase of MoveSJ, and in fact, all three phases. A significant reduction in the number of stakeholders that provided input from the beginning of MoveSJ until the third phase was one sign we need to be cautious in assuming feedback represented the community as a whole. We're quite confident, for instance, that 3/4 of Uptown businesses would not be supportive of loss of on-street parking on Union, Charlotte, and City streets to make way for bike lanes. But that was the level of support provided by respondents to our Phase 3 survey. The involvement of the community in Phase 1 of MoveSJ was much greater than in Phases 2 and 3. This first phase was to set the groundwork for how the community felt generally about transportation, again at the beginning of that endeavor. Up on the screen is a summary of how 755 respondents to the Phase 1 open consultation effort prioritized different transportation-related topics. It was clear that responses supported a balanced transportation system where all transportation modes were valued. Also, as part of Phase 1, we actively called residents of different demographics to receive input that statistically represented the community. The survey was more focused on understanding travel patterns as input to our transportation model. However, we also asked a few qualitative questions, with again, value being provided to all transportation modes, as shown by the results in the slide. As mentioned a few slides back, we use data to support decisions to implement road diets, resulting in reduced number of lanes in favor of a space for bike lanes. One of the most important deliverables of MoveSJ is a new transportation model that, among other purposes, allows us to predict city streets that will start reaching capacity vehicle traffic as the city continues to grow. In fact, just a few items ago, we had a good discussion about Lachlan Road. Up on this slide is a map generated from a transportation model. Red and orange lines show which streets are already close to or reaching capacity for vehicle traffic. As you'll note, Lachlan Road, the portion that we talked about a few items ago, is certainly highlighted red. It will be important we consider this data before converting lanes on some streets from vehicle lanes to bike lanes. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention at this point that active transportation modes such as cycling, as well as transit, can contribute to lower vehicle demand, thereby delaying or preventing capacity issues on city streets. But we need to manage expectations with how many citizens will constantly travel by bicycle instead of car. With the success of the statistically valid phone survey from Phase 1 and the concerns we had with the open portion of the Phase 3 consultation efforts, we felt it was important to complete another phone survey to truly get a sense of community perspective as part of Phase 3. In this phone survey, we asked some very specific questions to assess how much support there was for adding cycling infrastructure with various costs to other street uses, including space for on-street parking, impacts on travel time, and funding provided to different transportation services. The full results of the survey are attached to our staff report, but here are the general takeaways. There was a definite support for cycling infrastructure, but that support was tempered when added bike lanes came at the cost of other transportation services. There was particular concern from the business community with trading on-street parking space for bike lanes. It was interesting to see support was greater for cycling closer to the core of the city. This bodes well for alignment with both MoveSJ and other strategies such as Plan SJ. There was a clear limit that respondents were okay with up to 10 minutes of lost travel time as a result of added bike lanes, but no more than 10 minutes from the majority of respondents. We definitely need to temper our expectations of non-cyclists beginning to ride a bike with added bike lanes. And by the way, those results are similar to other communities. All in all, the survey reiterated the Phase 1 MoveSJ results and supports Council's priority that we need to maintain a balanced transportation system where all modes of transportation, including the traditional automobile, are valued. One of the important deliverables of MoveSJ's cycling strategy is to identify where cycling infrastructure should be pursued over the next 25-year horizon. The goal was to identify locations that had the greatest potential of use to maximize all the benefits that come with increased cycling in our community. Various collector and arterial streets in the city were assessed through an empirical analysis. Streets and connected routes that provided access to more adjacent land uses the cyclists would be more apt to want to go were given greater scores in the assessment. The map to the lower right on the slide shows various color-coded streets, with those colored red and orange being expected to generate the most demand by cyclists. Cycling routes were then selected based on this analysis, as well as alignment with other strategic plans. Each street on the defined routes then went through another data-rich analysis to identify the type of cycling infrastructure that should be installed on each of these streets. The analysis used the level of risk presented to cyclists as a basis for identifying the best cycling facility for a given street. On the left of the screen is a chart that represents this risk management method with a combination of vehicle speed and volume used to represent level of risk to cyclists. This risk management method of assessing the best cycling facility for a street is used in nationally recognized industry best practices and in many jurisdictions throughout Canada and beyond. On the right of the screen shows examples of cross sections of different cycling facilities that are of increasing levels of risk avoidance from the bottom to the top. As you can see, as risk levels increase, there is more and more separation or buffer from vehicular traffic. This map shows the combined results of where cycling facilities are recommended and the type of facility that should be installed. The orange lines are shared facilities. The green lines are traditional bike lanes. The dark blue lines are protected bike lanes, have some level of protection from vehicle traffic. The light blue lines are separated paths. I've highlighted a few sections of the proposed cycling facilities to demonstrate how these recommendations are aligned even with current plans. I've highlighted University Avenue because we're going to introduce bike lanes in 2022 that align with the cycling strategy. The Main Street Active Transportation Project route was approved as part of your 2022 Quality of Life Capital Program. The cycling study's recommendation for protected bike lanes on Main Street and the viaduct are being incorporated into this design as we speak. There's a lot of street reconstruction plans for the South Central Peninsula over the next few years, and recommended facilities are being considered as part of these designs. We'll be approaching the committee and council in the next month or so about implementation of bike lanes on both Charlotte and Sydney streets. As I mentioned earlier in this presentation, with limited street space, particularly in the peninsula, there'll need to be community understanding and acceptance of changes in street use to incorporate cycling facilities on these two streets. It is very difficult to predict how much cycling facilities recommended in our strategy will be used. In the end, achieving a higher level of use will help justify the investments the community will need to make over the next 25 years, and will help the community achieve the benefits of increased cycling to the best of their potential, such as improved health, provision of another transportation option with smaller financial burden, and avoidance or delay in infrastructure investments to support vehicle growth. We used and remain committed to the risk management approach that is an industry best practice. And as mentioned, we selected routes where cycling infrastructure should be installed based on surrounding land uses that will support a greater degree of use. However, we heard through consultations, and certainly the literature supports the fact that cycling facilities that create the greatest separation are desired most. So why didn't our cycling strategy simply recommend separated bike paths along every route? Well, the challenge is finding the capital investments, the street space, and the maintenance investments to take this heightened level of approach. The end result of planning for separated bike lanes on every street is that very likely only a fraction of the cycling facilities over the next 25 years would actually be built, as you would more quickly either run into limited street space problems, funding, which in itself would not support more cycling within our community. We had the opportunity to partner independently with the University of New Brunswick's transportation group to provide some prediction whether the cycling facilities recommended in our cycling strategy would be used. The empirical analysis considered several factors that cyclists of various skill sets would consider before trying a cycling facility. The analysis concluded that cyclists would likely feel safe, comfortable, and be willing to try all recommended cycling routes within MoveSJ. We therefore feel confident that we found the right balance between designing for risk, according to best practices, but we also design in a way that are encouraging use as much as possible. Increasing cycling within any community, including St. John, however, will not be fully achieved just by installing more bike lanes. Our proposed cycling strategy also includes 17 individual actions meant to encourage community involvement. The 4 categories of these various actions are presented on the slide. Collaborating with important community partners such as the St. John Cycling Club would be important to advance some of these actions. Support from the province to advance St. John cycling strategy will be absolutely vital. First, in order to implement some components of the cycling strategy, updates to the Motor Vehicle Act will need to be considered. 2 areas of the Act that we have found challenging to align with so far include a section that indicates the cyclist must ride on the right side of the road, and the existence of separated definitions for usable paths that can be used for cyclists versus a sidewalk that is dedicated for pedestrians. Many of our proposed cycling facilities will either need to be on or cross provincial infrastructure. With provincial overpasses over Highway 1 dividing the north and south sides of the city, the only 2 east-west connections across the city being provincial highways, and provincial designated highways situated throughout our community, support for cyclist pedestrian infrastructure from the province will be critical as we progress with MoveSJ. I am pleased to say collaboration with the province in relation to the city's transportation system needs is improving, and we have all the confidence that this collaboration will continue to improve as we go to implement MoveSJ. Your Worship and Council, you can expect as part of the recommended endorsements of MoveSJ Phase 3, a request from Council to the province to review and update the Motor Vehicle Act for improvements for cycling, and a general commitment to incorporate infrastructure for cyclists and pedestrians as part of all provincial infrastructure construction considerations, as long as those align with MoveSJ. I discussed earlier in my presentation the results of some more general consultations and community perspectives on the topic of transportation within St. John. We know as staff there are particular stakeholders that are advocates for cycling within our community. As we have done with different stakeholders of other components of MoveSJ, we had specific dialogue with some groups that are advocates of cycling, as we respect their advocacy role and know they have some very valuable input to provide to the process. One of these stakeholders was the St. John Cycling Club. The club submitted a letter during our Phase 3 consultations, which is attached to this report. We followed up with the club to discuss their letter. The good thing is that their input is already aligning a lot with the cycling strategy and other components of MoveSJ. We did, however, make 2 adjustments to the cycling strategy before finishing the final draft that is now attached to this report based on their input. These are described on this slide. I will also note that we will be reviewing once more the recommendations for off-street portions of Harbour Passage before we bring the cycling strategy back to Council for requested endorsement, as the club provided some excellent input on how we can incorporate Harbour Passage into MoveSJ. We also had 2 discussions with classes within UNBSJ's Department of History and Politics. One discussion occurred very on in MoveSJ's creation. The second discussion occurred in relation to a class project related to COVID-19, as well as vulnerable populations and how they interact with the city's transportation system. That second report on the second discussion is attached as part of this report. There's a trail being planned that would run from St. Stephen to Rockwood Park called the Coastal Link Trail. This trail not only involves work within our own Fundy Region Service Commission, but has requirements to collaborate with our neighboring Southwest Service Commission. The previous council received a presentation on this trail. One of the challenges at the time was the trail overlapped with the Trans-Canada Trail within St. John from the Manawagan-Manchester intersection, or Purdy's Corner, to Rockwood Park, with alternative recommendations along the overlap streets. City staff realized, however, that the connection required for this trail between the western end of Ocean Westway and Purdy's Corner to meet up with the existing Trans-Canada Trail would be relatively low cost to implement and maintain as simple bike lanes along the stretch will be required. On the basis that installation of this new on-street portion would be sufficient for city investment to endorse, city staff is comfortable with council providing such an endorsement, and council can expect such a recommended endorsement when we bring back the phase 3 recommendations for Move SJ. We have also added recommended bike lanes to our cycling strategy between Ocean Westway and Madawaganish roads to complete this section of the trail. This is highlighted in red on the slide. The overall objective of Move SJ cycling strategy is to encourage greater transition from vehicle use to cycling as a mode of transportation within our community, and to do so in a way that respects the fact that various modes of transportation, including vehicle traffic, are still a priority to our citizens, businesses, and other stakeholders within our community. The cycling strategy used various data and best practices to pursue this objective, as summarized on the screen. There will, however, need to be choices on how our limited resources and our limited street space invested at times, and we will try to apprise council of these choices and resulting impacts as we begin to implement Move SJ. I want to specifically acknowledge the strategies that came before concurrently with Move SJ, including our previous Trails and Bikeway strategy, Plan SJ, Play SJ, and the Central Peninsula Secondary Plan. Our proposed cycling strategy has a lot of alignment with these various strategies as detailed in our report. The report this evening is receive and file recommendation. The cycling strategy and consultation results presented with this report, associated policy recommendations to council, as well as the rest of the strategies that are part of phase 3, will be presented at a later meeting for council's consideration of endorsement. With that, your worship, I'll stop here on my screen and turn it back over to you for questions and comments. Sorry, worship.
Didn't want to interrupt you there. Sorry about that. So I do have a couple of questions for you, and this is a receive and file this evening. So I'm going to start with Councillor Ogden.
Thank you, Mayor. Tim, is there more we can do for education? A fellow I grew up with, just a super guy, was killed last year, Phil McMillan. And, you know, that really devastated the community. I mean, everybody knew him, most gentle guy you could ever meet. And I guess it made us all realize we're so vulnerable. But there's still people, you talk about bike lanes, but I live on Douglas Avenue, and there's, I don't know if we're allowed to single out a company, but Domino's Pizza just flies by you on inside, outside, whatever, how many times you call them. And there's still people not getting the message that cars are killers and that we have to share the road. Is there not much more we can do for education? I mean, we can change the culture. Years ago, people didn't wear safety belts, and there was a cultural change through education. But is there anything more we can do to tell people that those people on those bicycles are vulnerable?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And as part of our cycling strategy, we have 17 action items, and one of the categories of those 17 action items is around education. So they're components of the cycling strategy specifically, but I do highlight to council that as part of our road safety strategy, we're going to hone in on data around accidents, around speeding issues within our community, to understand what type of educational topics are best suited for our community so we can focus on those. So absolutely, yes, to your question, and education is certainly built into Move SJ as we move forward.
Well, one thing that one group I think we have to get to is delivery service people who are under restraint, time commitment, that type of thing. Because when I called Domino's after about the third time, the guy said, well, you know, we have to get the hot pizza there. And I said, well, you don't have to kill somebody on the way. And I just think that the more we can get to these delivery service people, because they are on the road the most, and it is their job to get there as quick as possible, whether it's lumber or pizza. I think that they need some education too.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, I have a couple more questions for you. Councillor Harris, you're up next.
Thank you, Your Worship. Tim, great work. This is extensive. It's just taken I don't know how many hundreds of hours of your time and staff time, and it's quite excuse me, it's quite well done. I appreciate that. One question I have is around the adoption and timeline of this. I know we're a little bit behind, and I'm certainly not trying to pass blame. I know this was a big undertaking. The Active Transportation Fund runs out in March. The federal government's put in place. I know that part of their general criteria is, and that's of interest to us because we want to bring in outside investment to the city to help us pay for some of this stuff. But my concern is that we're going to miss it. Can you comment on any of staff's correspondence with this fund, as well as where Move SJ being finalized along that timeline, if that helps us or hurts us, where we're at with that? Maybe city manager, so you chime in, but either way, Tim, I appreciate that.
Maybe I'll start with then, and city manager can certainly add to it. So first of all, and ironically, we actually met today on the Active Transportation Fund to see if there's opportunities to apply for that. And there are a couple of different funding streams under that, one on the planning side, one on the capital side. And so we're seeing if there's items that can align with Move SJ and other capital plans to apply for that now. And I'm sure city manager's going to say this, but we're going down this road of a 10-year capital plan, the strategic plan that's going to have us more foresight along with all these individual strategic plans like Move SJ, so that in the future we're going to have a lot better insight as to where the city's priorities are, and to have the foresight as to how our plans line up, and to be able to fund more purposefully or seek funding under these applications. So yes, we realize the time is running out on this particular fund. We're obviously hopeful and confident there'll be other opportunities in the future for funding. But yes, we are actively seeing if we can find application projects for this fund that runs out at the end of March.
Yeah, and if I may, your worship, through you to the councillor, there are other things at play right now with that money that has been earmarked for that fund that is, I'm just not at liberty to discuss at this point of time in open session. We are working it actively. There may be other options that would permit us to expend those funds within the timeframes required, etc. But one of the challenges, of course, with federal funding is that almost always it comes with a requirement for matching provincial dollars. And that is one of the very real challenges we have with this and some of the other funds that are available at the federal level. We will be coming back to council in the not too distant future with some observations as to the path forward with some of this federal funding that is available to us.
Thank you.
Okay, I've got Councillor Hickey up next.
Thank you, Your Worship. Certainly, Tim, I echo Councillor Harris's point to the obvious huge amount of work that you guys have done in building this plan. It's incredibly evident, and your due diligence is really impressive and noted in, I think, around this table, but also from any of my comments I saw on Twitter as well. It was well noted the significant amount of work that your team put into it. So kudos to you on that. And I think it's really impressive that we're bringing cycling to the forefront and active transportation to the forefront with the quality of plan like this. Certainly long through the list, or long through the report, was alluded to the 2010 plan. Certainly this tempers that a little bit, and I think, you put it well, brings a lot more into the scope of reality as to what a vision and what a doable vision for cycling in St. John is. And I think that's really reasonable because, if our goals are as lofty as they were in 2010, while they're admirable and while, they're worthwhile pursuing, they can be hard to reach. I guess my question is, you alluded to road dieting a few times throughout your presentation. Is it your intention to have that as part of, why wouldn't that be part of the scope of Move SJ as well, right? Like we had one specific to roundabouts, obviously cycling in this case. Is there an intention to have one specific in road diets as well, or is that a possibility?
So we won't have one specific to road diets in and of itself. what council will notice is when we bring our transportation projects forward in line with Move SJ, you'll see several in there that have road diet components to it. And a lot of those will align with different cycling projects. So, so I guess it's one of those things that we've incorporated into different aspects of Move SJ as opposed to having it as its own standalone component of Move SJ. But yes, you'll be seeing road diets as part of specific projects listed in a couple weeks' time that again align specifically with making space for cyclists.
Excellent. And I would bring that beyond making space for cyclists too. I mean, look at the impact it could have on our winter management plan. I mean, look at what the state of our roads are left over after a really busy winter full of plows ripping up asphalt, right? The more roads that are dieted are the fewer roads that are getting asphalt scraped off of them. So it makes, in my perspective, it would make a big difference for the cycling community as well as people like me whose rims are getting beat to crap in our potholes right now. So anyway, thanks very much, and thanks for your due diligence on this. It's really impressive.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Redwan.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Director O'Reilly. This was actually such a great read, Tim. The whole 229 pages of your report. So, and I gotta say, actually, the things that were so informative to me was like the stats that 1 in 3 people support cycling. That works out to 23,000 people in St. John. That's a substantial number of people. I love the idea, like Councillor Hickey was talking about, road diets and putting in bike lanes is actually cheaper than asphalt. Sounds good to me, and I want to say a big thank you to UNB, actually, because that team that did the research, that was incredible, and I feel like I want to keep that with me as a reference tool. I did want to ask you one question, and so one of the surveys that went out had linked cycling and walking on sidewalks as part of an answer to a question. Is there a reason why you would have done that? Because I'll be honest with you, I kind of want to be able to see data, who supports cycling, who are the walkers, how many people, if you have any insight on that. I was curious.
Are you specifically referring to the discussion around the act itself?
Yeah, so as part of the questionnaire, it came up that was kind of an answer, like, would you support cycling or like walking on sidewalks kind of thing? And it was linked together, and I thought, well, that seems to be 2 separate people a lot of the time, right?
Yeah. So yeah, so those type of questions again go around to, there's only so much space, there's only so much funding. So in situations where decisions had to be made, what are the choices of the community? Whether that's on-street parking, spaces for pedestrians, space for cyclists, those are sometimes decisions that have to be made. So again, as staff, what we're trying to do is inform council as to what the community's overall feelings are. So when you bring specific recommendations forward to council, you have an appreciation. We have a comfort level that what we're recommending is aligned with what the community wants overall. So it's those difficult questions we have to ask in order to ensure we're aligned with the community.
Well, that was interesting. The other piece that was interesting for me as somebody who was so tired of hearing about it's difficult to park uptown, which I never have a trouble parking uptown, but to actually use up parking spaces uptown, I'm not really sure I'm in favor of that, but the rest of everything else was just phenomenal. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Killen.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to thank you, Tim, for your presentation. And I wanted to give a shout out because my sister Hannah and her partner Marty just moved here from Denver, Colorado. And a very avid biking, place, obviously, nature, all that kind of stuff. And Marty is the main sort of biker in the family and has said that our resources and opportunities here are just so endless, right? And it doesn't really even stop at the city streets. It's our parks, it's our trails, it's all that kind of stuff that people are actively doing. So I'm wondering if you can speak to sort of the ongoing opportunities for people to get involved with different initiatives and different things to do with cycling and things in St. John that are going to hopefully be continuously requiring input.
Absolutely. And again, I'll point to those 17 action items that are going to involve the community as we implement cycling strategy. And again, this is where we are absolutely going to partner with great organizations like the Sacred Cycling Club, who can be that link between city staff and the community generally. So we're really looking forward to partnering with those organizations to bring in as much of the community as possible on the education front, on the involvement front, business community, et cetera. So absolutely, we're aligned there, and the community involvement is a big part of improving cycling within our community.
So it doesn't stop now; it's ongoing.
This is only the plan. Now it's actually implementing a plan, which is again coming down to some tough discussions, but also a lot of valuable work and actually implementing improvements on the street. Looking forward to it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director O'Reilly. It is fabulous work, and I realize there's a lot of hours in there, a lot of, to get this all organized for us. It is pretty exciting, I think, for the community. And I know it's a tough balance because I recognize as well that we have 18 to 20,000 vehicles that come in every day to work. So I know that, we still have to balance that so that we are the economic engine for the city, and that's demonstrated in our roads as well. I do have one quick question though for you. You state that we'll be working with our partners. So one of those things would be to update the MVA. When that gets updated, does that apply to the province, or when we talk about updating the MVA, is that like specific streets for us, or would it be an opportunity for every city in the province?
Yeah, so the act itself would obviously be for the entire province. But I think where the discussions are generated is around application on specific streets.
Okay.
So again, we are going to have, we're working on the active transportation plan for Main Street now, which again will generate some discussions around how that act can apply to that particular solution. So we'll do it on a case-by-case basis, but then obviously if there are changes to the act itself, it'll be beneficial to the entire province.
Yeah, exactly. And I think you can, the MVA may state that you can't park on a bike lane, but I see that, every day when I go by McDonald's, it's the lineup, they pull over for cars into the bike lane. So it will take some education, but it is an exciting time for us as we go forward. So appreciate all your work. Thanks so much. All right, so I will take a motion to receive and file. Councillor Hickey and Councillor Harris. And on the question, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you so much. Okay, City Clerk, next item, please.
Your Worship, next we have item 12.2 and another staff report with respect to Community Grants Program 2022.
Okay, I'm handing this off to Jennifer Kirchner, please. Thank you. Oh, Commissioner Harris, are you introducing it? Sorry.
Yes, I am, Your Worship. We're pleased to be here this evening to present the recommended allocations for the 2022 community grants. These recommendations are from Council's Community Grants Committee, who, with the support of staff, had the challenging task to evaluate the numerous requests from the community groups that continue to exceed the available funding. The Community Grants Program, while modest in scope, provides much needed support for the important work being done in our community by organizations and groups that serve our community to help build a healthy, inclusive, and vibrant St. John. Tonight, I'm pleased to introduce Jennifer Kirchner, Manager of Community Planning, who will provide a presentation on the program and the recommendations before you.
Thank you.
If you could just bear with me for a second while I get my screen shared. Are you able to see the presentation?
We can, thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship, Council. I'm here today to give a brief overview of the Community Grants Program and the allocations being proposed tonight for the successful applications. The Community Grants Program was adopted by Common Council in 2014 and has been a vital source of funding for a variety of local nonprofit groups that promote active, healthy, and inclusive communities through providing a variety of social, cultural, and recreational activities. Grants range in size from $100 to $20,000 and fall under three broad categories. There's organizational support, which would be for sort of operational funding for different organizations, community projects, and as well special events. So there is some very broad projects and a variety of scope that fall under this grant program. The committee itself adjudicated the variety of grants under a set list of eligibilities. So, for instance, applications for this year require that the funding and the project being undertaken be for the 2022 calendar year, and that they fall within the city limits for the City of St. John. Applicants are only eligible to apply in one category, and they cannot submit more than one application for one category. This grant is, for many of them, the only grant they'd be able to receive from the city, as we do limit them from applying for other types of funding from the organization. In addition, we do have some other criteria, which is that they must not be affiliated with a religious denomination or political party, as well as not being used to provide professional development for staff or volunteers within the organizations. We did have a community grant evaluation committee that got together to discuss the variety of applications that we received, and it was comprised of 2 community members, 2 members of our Common Council, and 2 city staff members. And together we went over all the applications and discussed them in detail to come up with the recommendation we do have before you this evening. We evaluated all the applications on a variety of subjects, including fiscal responsibility, the strengths of the organization, the impact that it would have both social and to the community, and as well the alignment with city council priorities. So grow, green, belong, move, and perform, which are all very, very important for these applications, as most of them align with at least one, if not more, of those priorities. This year we received 38 grants, and the total funding request was $479,747. So a very substantial amount of requests from a variety of organizations for a much smaller funding amount of $184,000. So unfortunately, as you can well imagine, with that type of request, we were unable to fulfill all the requests given. And unfortunately, that means some of the projects that were not given support were maybe no less valid, but they unfortunately didn't meet that cutoff for the committee. So we are recommending a full disbursement of the full funding available, and that would be going towards 25 different applications. I will note that anyone who is successful will be required to sign a memorandum of understanding, and this will allow us to receive an end-of-year report on how the funding was used and for any unused funding to be returned, which has been something that was more common during the height of COVID. So these programs, these organizations, these different events that have been would be funded through this grant really emphasize diversity, equality, and inclusiveness within our community. They provide a variety of different levels of assistance for members of the public. They promote the cultural diversity of our citizens, and they create wonderful safe spaces for people to gather and to celebrate and to explore our uniquenesses as people, and also what makes us a really great city. So we do recognize the arts, community centers, supports for those citizens who are living in poverty, as well as different educational opportunities and resources for youth and newcomers. And celebrations of cultural diversity are just some of the categories that are being supported through this grant program. Within the report provided to Council, it does outline a list of those successful applications and the amounts being proposed for each grant allocation. And we are recommending that Council approve the recommendations that were brought forth by the Community Grants Committee to provide funding to the successful applicants for the 2022 Community Grants Program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. Can I get a motion to approve the recommendations that are brought forward? Councillor, the Deputy, and Councillor Stewart. On the question, I have Councillor Hickey.
Just very quickly, Your Worship, I just wanted to say kudos to all of these organizations. If there's anybody, if you want a return for your dollar from these on money, it's out of these organizations. They can stretch these budgets and use them to leverage other funding from other areas as well, and they do that very well. So these are a really important bucket of dollars. So thanks to Councillor Ogden and Stewart for stepping up, and thanks for staff as well for sitting on the committee.
Thank you, Councillor Redwan.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I also wanted to thank the committee, which the two councillors sit on, and we have some volunteers in the community that sit on that too. I mean, there's just such great programs through many of these organizations, community centers being one of them, obviously, Sophia, Recovery Center, Outflow, Sistema. Like, there's just so many that are just such great organizations. But I'd also like to just point out that with Prude and Multicultural Newcomer Center, they are two organizations that are really helping us with our growth agenda. And because a big part of that growth is not just bringing people into St. John, but it's retaining them. So I'm very happy to see the funds going there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stewart, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is one of the more fun committees that I get to sit on. And I'm very fortunate that I get on this one and Pro Kids, and I get to give away money on both of them. So that's very rewarding. What surprised me is, we look at 25 recipients of this money, but this money literally affects the lives of thousands of people in St. John. So special thanks to Lori and Jennifer for all the work they did in putting this together, and the rest of the committee. Just a lot of fun being on this one for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Norton.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think this might be my first year in all the years I've done it where I have no qualms about anybody that's received money. I just quick hat tip to the committee. You've selected, I guess you've selected organizations that are as close to the ground level as you possibly could, which is exactly what municipal government is. We're right on the ground level. We're curbside, and those organizations that you've selected are certainly that. They're curbside organizations, and it's not that the other ones aren't any less relevant or any less important, but in terms of scarce dollars, you've done an outstanding job, and thank you, and looking forward to how, to an old quote, how they take water and make it into wine. So these organizations are well positioned to do that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ogden, over to you.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank the staff. They were super, and the community people. And it's really fun giving out money. I don't usually get a chance to give out money, but it's really fun to do that.
Thanks, Councillor. I also want to thank the group that sits on that committee and goes through those applications with a fine-tooth comb. Councillor Stewart says it's fun. I don't know. I find those difficult. They're to pick and choose. You had enough cash for 2/3 of your requests, so that's difficult. I do have a question for Jennifer, though. Jennifer, for the groups that have applied and didn't get funding, do they get a letter or anything back to state why, or that, you know, or any guidelines or whatever?
I will try my best to answer this. This is my first year going through this program. As you can guess, planners don't typically get the enjoyment of providing support to a lot of our community groups. I will be working with Lori Lambert, and we will make sure that we do provide some feedback to the applicants who were unsuccessful. I will note that a few of the ones that applied, we are going to be suggesting they apply to the arts grants that are provided, as we feel that might be a better fit to make sure people are kind of going into the right stream when it comes to city funding. But we will you know, encourage them to keep up their good work and to, you know, apply next year for the grants when they're available.
Thanks, Jennifer. I did read part of that in the kit, that some of them were better suited. Deputy Shirley McAlery was our go-to person for that committee in the past. Thanks so much. Okay, so there is a motion on the floor on the question. All in favor? Contrary minded? Motion carried. Thank you so much. Okay, City Clerk, over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Next item is a consent agenda item that was removed. So it's now item 14.1. And this is the staff report with respect to 2022 field rates.
Okay, so that I'm going to send over to Philolette.
Great. Through your worship, I believe I'll do a quick presentation just to share some preliminary review of the topic. May I ask if you see my screen?
We can, thank you.
Great. Thank you. So just before I start, one topic I wanted to share is when we're talking about sport fields, arena floors, and tennis rates, what are we actually referring to when we talk about that? And it involves 28 fields, 8 tennis courts, and 2 arena floors with an approximate operating annual budget of $1.3 million. I'm not going to go through this extensively, but there was a policy that was adopted, and then there was a series of implementation towards that policy. One thing that I do want to note as it relates to the background is that this was a challenging conversation with user groups. It was not an easy one. I'm not going to claim it was. But it was a conversation that we had repeatedly. Each step of the way of this process, user groups have been informed, have been shared where we're at. Some still debate the merits of the policy that was adopted in 2019. But for the most part, from a staff point of view, we've shared and implemented those policies through council as well as through input to those user groups. This is just one a small sentence from the accompanying council report, and I do think it's important to think about what we're trying to achieve with this policy, the recreational subsidization policies. Evidently, the objective here is for long-term, reliable, consistent, and high-quality recreational facilities, which at the time were not in the books. We had a lot of challenges, and that was the objective of it. And it was also to identify a new balance between how much taxpayers should be paying for recreational use and how much users should be paying for that. And this is essentially what created these policies and what is dictating how these rates are impacted as we implement towards full implementation. So I'd like to just go through some of the modifiers of this. It sounds complicated, but it's not at all. The first thing that we do when we assess rates is that we simply chop the amount of the total cost of what it takes to finance those facilities in half. And we do that because we absolutely want the rates to be affordable, and we also want them to be competitive. So this is not a full cost recovery model, not at all. Right from the start, we cut half of those full costs of the city in half. And then what we do is we define these modifiers for particular residents and for particular types of residents. So through this policy and through council's direction, we said, for example, that adults should pay 90% of the rates versus youth, who should only pay 60%, and it demonstrates a value towards it should not be equal to everybody. There should be different levels of taxpayer subsidization versus ratepayer subsidization when it comes to our recreational facilities and programs. So the original plan was 40% of the implementation. And when I say 40, I know there's a complication with percentages here, right? I just talked about 90% implementation for adults. This is just 100% of implementation would be this slide right here. That's 100% implementation. So 40% implementation of that was expected for 2020. In 2021, it was 70%, and then in 2022, 100%. So we did 40% in 2020. In 2021, we decided, listen, let's not go up to 70. Let's go down to 60% implementation, and mainly due to the public health pandemic and its impact on users and user groups. And then in 2022, we'd come back with 100% implementation. This year, we're adjusting our approach again as staff and stating that we should also continue on this incremental approach with a 70% implementation in 2022, so 10% additional than it was in 2021, and then go for 100% implementation in 2023. This is just an example of where we're at towards that implementation model. And these percentages essentially line up with what each one of those user groups end of line or full implementation support would look like. So I just want to give an idea of what that looks like. We also have just the rates, and we've used comparators for 2020 and 2021 in sharing these. And I will be sharing with you some trends that we've identified through this exercise. And one being that adult rates have held, if not decreased, a little bit. Tennis and arena floors have, I think we see them here. Yep, have stayed steady or have experienced moderate increases. Apologize, and then tennis had the same thing. So just a little bit of understanding these trends. We need to understand that whatever we're doing, however we're doing this, every time 60% of the recovery for youth and 90% for adults. That's always going to be consistent. That's never going to change, and these rates will uphold that. One of the other facets of this that explain why adults are maybe holding and youth are going up is that adults use higher quality fields at higher rates, while youth are very much using the lower rate fields, so what we call Class B fields. And the 22 adjustments to account for more adults in the overall users of some groups. So we did discover that some of the user groups were using all youth in their assessment of who was using the fields, but that's not fair to the policy. So we adjusted, meaning that there was more adults onboarded this year than there were in past years, and less youth. Last one, which is really important, is that youth rates have a longer trajectory to achieve the policy's recovery objectives than adults. And what that basically means is when this was adopted in 2019, adults were paying much more proportionally than youth as it relates to any user fee subsidization. So the trajectory, the distance between what youth need to achieve versus what adults need to achieve, from youth to the 60%, to adults to the 90%, it's a much larger gap for youth because they started with very little user fee subsidization. Okay, so we also have other factors at play here and how we can mitigate the impact of this. As I mentioned earlier, the 50% of the annual operating costs are used as the base for calculating cost recovery. The city also is the organizational lead for ProKids. That is part of our business. That is part of our service offering to recreational user groups. And we support over 600 kids a year to support their endeavors to ensure that they can participate in recreation and art programming in the city, and it's something very important. The report does indicate that user groups can pursue revenue opportunities, and we share that as well. The point that I wanted to make a little bit more is that the city continues to explore revenue generation and cost mitigating opportunities, and I think this is an important point. As this as we equate rates, it's dependent on how much we spend as an overall budget on these. So just spending more money on these will actually make it more expensive on ratepayers. So one of our tactics is also to be as efficient and lean as possible. So between 2020 and 2022, we found efficiencies of approximately $230,000 in our operating expenditures, which is savings back to the ratepayers. In addition, while it's not part of the current strategy, the non-resident user fee continues to be something that is being investigated through the local governance reform agenda. And just to share with you the impact of that, it would have an impact on rates, absolutely, in the event that we were able to achieve it. At the time when we did our assessment of this as staff in 2018 and 2019, of the 5,300 or so recreational users across all facilities in St. John, we'd learned at that time that about 46% of them were non-resident. So if we did apply a non-resident fee, it would be to a substantial amount. Now that was 2018 numbers, but you could imagine that if we did apply a differential rate to that quantity of users, it would allow the city to adjust rates for residents of St. John versus non-resident. However, that's not something that's implemented today. We are working through the local governance reform to see that through. Lastly, this recommendation from staff also includes some amendments to the outdoor facility allocation policy. These are similar to ones that you may have seen earlier when we talked about arenas. Same thing in terms of updating our gender equity section, as well as additions to the sport facility code of conduct. And then mainly just some administrative changes that were recommended as well. So the recommendation today is to approve the 2022 sport field, arena floor and tennis rates, approve the amendments to the outdoor facility allocation policy, and then direct the city manager to return to Common Council in 2022 with a recommendation for full implementation of the policies. And that's it for my presentation. I'm happy to take some questions.
Thank you. We do have a few questions for you, Director Ouellette. I've got Councillor Harris up first. Councillor Harris.
Sorry, Your Worship. I made the kernel error here. I'd just like to make a motion to maintain the status quo for 2022 and to defer this implementation to 23.
Okay, so I've got a motion put on the floor. Councillor Stewart, are you seconding that motion? Okay. I've got that motion on the floor. Now I need to ask the clerk. Oh, yeah, okay, we're good. I'm getting confused here. It's getting late. All right, so I will, we've got that motion on the floor, so I'm going to finish the questions then. I've got Councillor motions, or Councillor Harris's motion on the floor. I'm going to Councillor Killen next.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm inclined to support Councillor Harris's motion as well. I think we were definitely in a much different place in 2019, 2018 when this was being, sort of put together. We are growing. There's a lot going on. We're trying to understand what local governance reform is going to mean. And as the chair of the growth committee and as well a member of the ad hoc committee, I just think there's too many unknowns right now. And I really do appreciate Mr. Roulette, Phil, like all the energy and all the time that you all put into this. I just think we need to maintain sort of what the public is used to as we're coming out of COVID as well. So there's just too many factors for me to just accept this as is right now. I wasn't part of the original decision. And so I really think that if we could just delay this to 2023, I'd really appreciate that too.
Thank you, Councillor. City Manager, I see your hand is up. Did you want to chime in now?
Your Worship, if I could just build on what Councillor Harris has put on the floor as a motion and has a second. His motion is tied to a number of things, and Councillor Killen mentioned one of them of COVID. The motion as it is presented will have an impact on our revenues for 2022, and that's fine. But this council needs to recognize that there would be an impact on 2022 revenues. If we cannot absorb that impact on the revenues, we will have a budgetary deficit. If that was to occur, just as a heads up to council, we would probably be coming back to council sometimes towards the end of the fiscal year to ask to tap into COVID reserves to address that budgetary deficit because we are holding the rates because of COVID. That's a discussion for another day. We may not even have a budgetary deficit. We just don't know at this point. But just for clarity, I wanted to make sure that council understood that even if there is a budgetary deficit, there is a mechanism by which this council could address it if it so wishes closer towards the end of the fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Councillor Sullivan?
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess a few things to consider. First of all, I realize that we've had significant emails over the last 24 hours from user groups. For the councillors who are new, this is not a new policy to user groups. They have seen this for 2 years. They were involved in conversations about it. So they saw it coming. They've known it was coming. Some of the reasons behind this, well, I guess I will put this out there for your consideration. How much would you have the City of St. John taxpayers send money to Interaction School of Performing Arts, to the Carlton Curling Club, to Thistle St. Andrews Curling Club, to the users of Rockwood Park Golf Course, to the sailing team I volunteer to coach every summer? There are a significant number of recreational groups in the City of St. John where the adults, for the most part, pay the cost to run the facilities and look after, support the infrastructure. And it is very typical, as the policy has here, for youth to pay a fraction of the price because everybody wants to support youth. They want to have more young people active, and ultimately that's the future of their activity, is having the young people grow up and continue to do the activity and have their children involved in the activity. There are many, many, many more groups in the City of St. John that receive no funding. So when we started, the initial numbers for field user groups were paying 14%, 14% of what it cost for the City of St. John to run the facilities. So the taxpayer, whether they use the facilities or not, was paying 86% of the cost. And even what we're showing here in the current policy, the adults aren't paying the full half cost of the facilities. And certainly the youth are still receiving, and I believe they should, a fraction of the cost. But we have to ask, if we're looking at being fair,
we really are not being fair at all right now. And that's why the subsidization policy is so important. That's the third recommendation. But I would also suggest, at this point in time, we are also looking at playing with the budget without the full budget being in front of us. And I think that's our mistake. And as finance chair, partly my mistake, really, I should know better. We should be talking about rates and all of these things at the same time with budget, so we have everything in context, because what the city manager said is correct. We do have a bit of a cushion right now due to COVID, but we need to be careful that when we set policy or have city policies, that we look at addressing the policy and not the individual piece as we are going along. So, what I have, we're presently at 50% of the implementation of 50%. And that's still not addressing one of my pet peeves, is how much taxpayer dollars do we want to be giving to non-residents? So this is a policy that has been debated. Certainly the user groups were part of the discussion, have known about it for quite some time. So I'll be voting against the motion. I think we've got a plan, we've got to work the plan. And if we've got a concern with regards to the subsidization levels that are in the policy, staff are going to bring us a full policy, and we can have that full discussion at that time.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, I'm going to move on. Let's see who's next on my list here. Councillor Stewart. So I still have Councillor Harris and Councillor Sullivan's lights on, so I'll ask you two to turn your lights off. Councillor Stewart, moving over to you, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll direct this to Director Willett, but Councillor Sullivan may be able to chime in on this too. So we say, and I believe it, that we engage with all these user groups, and they've been aware of this for 2 years. So why is it that we get such dramatic sticker shock all at one time, to the tune of 42 emails that I got last night, and Councillor Killen and Councillor Rodwan are answering their phone until 8 or 9 o'clock? Did we not do a good enough job in explaining to these user groups what was going to happen? Because to me, there's no way we would get that many people all at one time having that kind of sticker shock. So that's the first thing. And this is not just users, this is the coaches, the organizers. But my next question is, I think it's up to all of us, council, but city staff, to figure out a way, if our outside the city residents are coming into the city and using our field, we need to figure out a way to more accurately charge them the user fees and not all taxpayers in the city. So that's up to, that should be on us to calculate that. And I wasn't part of that original plan back in 2019, so I'd have a hard time voting in favor of this for sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
So if I may, Your Worship, I'll take both of those, because Director Willett and his entire team is fairly new to this and was not involved in the preliminary or the initial discussions about the subsidization policy. There is no doubt in my mind at all, as Councillor Sullivan has mentioned, that the user groups have been fully aware that this was coming, what the percentages would be, and that it would be implemented over a three-year period. And in fact, our implementation schedule is far less aggressive than what we initially laid out to them. They were supposed to be at 100% modified recovery this year, and we have delayed it because of COVID. So I simply cannot support the notion that they were not aware. I think the amount of emails that you have received is simply the reality that they don't agree with the policy. But it's not a question of not being made aware of it. As for your second question on non-resident user fees, we've been down this road many a time. And in fact, we were very close to applying a non-resident user fee for arena usage approximately a year and a half ago. At that point in time, a decision of council was made to wait until municipal reform got sorted out before we addressed non-resident use of our facilities, because ideally, with the mandate within municipal reform, recreational facilities are supposed to be equally cost shared moving forward. Now, that is a significant undertaking, and I would be misleading council if I believe, or if I said that I believe that that will be resolved quickly. It will not be, but there is a mandate within municipal reform to achieve that in due course.
Thank you, City Manager. Chair of Finance, did you want to chime in on this?
Well, Your Worship, just Councillor Stewart asked a question, a historical question, just limited to that. Certainly, it has been my experience in my entire time on council. If people are concerned about buildings in their neighborhood and very concerned, you will hear it. Twice a year, field rates in the spring, and then ice rates when they come before us. And it has never mattered what we have done unless we've been status quo. Certainly people who are affected by that have expressed their concern either through emails or by appearing in the council chamber the evening that it's been before us. So it wasn't unexpected. I'm certain that for folks who this is the first time through rates, and it's certainly new, and for me, it wasn't unexpected. I've seen it before.
Thank you. Okay, so who's the? I'll tell you who I've got here on my list next. I've got Councillor Ogden, the deputy, Councillor Lowe, Councillor Radwan, and then back to Councillor Harris. So that's the order that's all I've got on my screen for hands. So I'm going to Councillor Ogden next. Over to you,
Thank
Councillor.
you, Mayor. I've coached for 50 years, 8 different sports and organized, raised a lot of money. And as an educator and as a coach, I've seen the benefits of recreation. And I think there's 2 things. I know I got all those emails and all those phone calls too. And there's 2 things that I think we have to change the way we think about. Is the city is taking a hit on every time we have to have rising costs or cutbacks. And people have to remember that for 56 years, the city has paid far more than its fair share to provincial taxes. And this is directly affecting this is not on our staff. I do not mind Phil's working with what he has to work with. But the people who are contacting us also have to contact the 2 political parties that have been in power for 56 years, their provincial MLAs, their cabinet ministers, and say, look, St. John raises enough taxes. We don't get to keep it in St. John. And we are a poorer city than Fredericton and Moncton. Herb Emery, when we first met, the economist, said those 2 cities are eating our lunch. Well, part of it's because we don't get to keep the tax money here. And we have older rinks. Our rinks are far too old than Fredericton and Moncton. I hear it all the time when kids travel. I'm still involved with coaching. I hear it all the time. We have a higher poverty rate. There's no kids that need more recreation than children who are poor. So if we're going to have a culture that's open, accessible, we can't be raising rates. But the province has to take some ownership here because the taxes are generated in St. John. We don't get to spend them on the poorest kids in the province. And the other thing is we have to start looking at recreation. When Councillor Solomon said taxes, I agree with him. But recreation lowers policing costs. Recreation lowers physical and mental health care costs. Recreation attracts new people. Recreation retains our population. Recreation lowers our poverty rates. There's no better bang for your buck than recreation. Phil and all these people in our recreation department deal with volunteers. There's no department in our city that's based totally on volunteers. Recreation is. So we're getting all this free help, all these ways to be healthier. COVID's proved us that we have to be kinder, that we have to be healthier. I mean, recreation should just be a no-brainer. It should be the best place and the first place we spend money, and we shouldn't be just looking at it from, oh, look, we're putting a few dollars into whatever. But we are far behind the ball on recreation, and we have a chance. When I was chair of recreation, we spent more money than we do now. And in the 1980s, we spent more money, and we've gone downhill dramatically. So we have to change that. And I'm glad that I'm on a council that has made recreation a priority. I talk to councilors about it all the time. Councilor Norton is keen on everything. So I think we're going about this in the wrong way. Recreation is important for our culture, and recreation is important for our number one priority is dealing with the province. So those people who are upset with us about our staff, get on the phone, call the province, call your MLAs and say, why are we giving away so much of our tax dollars when we need it here in St. John? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, so I'm going through my list here. Councillor Harris, you are on the, I would go to you. Do you want to finish this up? You've had your time to speak once already. I thought I'd go through everyone else first. Or did you want to tell me, are you speaking as the chair of strategic planning?
Your worship, it doesn't matter to me, but if we're deferring to chair roles, I'm just going to ask for fairness here.
Okay, so I'm going to the deputy next.
Thank you, Worship. You know, when you talk about pressure and you talk about, you know, getting a lot of phone calls and stuff, I can relate to that because the previous council had to do $10 million worth of cuts. And until you face $10 million worth of cuts, you know, everything else looks pretty rosy. But at the end of the day, I totally agree with Councillor Killen because I said this earlier today, in fact, almost exactly the same words. You know, the decisions that we made as a council previous to this one, we were in a different position. We were in a different place. We've come a long way. Now, I don't think it's a good idea. You know, at first when Councillor Harris said that, you know, when we got to item 5.17, said, you know, like, I'd like to make a motion that we defer this until after the pirates do a presentation at our next meeting. I thought, well, you know, is there that big a rush to do it tonight? But that's a lot different than saying for the rest of the year we leave it a status quo. Now, if we left it a status quo and there was no consequence to that, well, maybe I could go along with that. But I don't know what the consequence is. And I don't make decisions on council without all the information because you can get yourself in a lot of trouble that way. So from my perspective, okay, I have no problem. I have no problem delaying this, you know, sending it back to staff, have them look at it again, you know, see if there's some movement on it based on the fact that we may be in a little different situation today than we were in 2019. But I don't think it's a good precedent to set, say, you know what, let's just forget about it until 2023, because I can guarantee you there's going to be many decisions between now and budget time that you could do the same thing, and we can't do that. We just can't do it. So I would say if you want to amend your motion, Councillor Harris, to say let's let the pendulum come to the middle on this, okay, and just say let's learn a little bit more about what the ramifications are. Let's not rush into anything right tonight, and if we can lower it based on the fact that we're in a better position, then maybe that's what we can do. But I don't like the idea of just taking it off the table till 2023, knowing that there could be ramifications that we are unaware of. So I will leave you with that. That's just my experience speaking. And I think that, you know, we've heard some good points here from people that have been on council for a while and some new people. But I think there's a middle ground. And I think that pendulum's got to stay in the center. And we've got to make decisions knowing all the facts. And that's where I'm at. So I'd like you to make an amendment, if you would, and just sort of come to the middle on this. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the city manager who has his hand up to speak next.
Your Worship, just a caution with delaying to listen to any presentations from user groups. First of all, there's approximately 30 user groups that use our various facilities. I'm not sure how we choose one or two to present to council and not deal with the rest of them. But probably more importantly is we traditionally announce our summer rates in the February, early March timeframe. The longer we delay, the more challenging it becomes to user groups to plan out their budgets for the year, to set their user fees, etc. For example, we've already made the decision that the spring rates are status quo from last year because we had to give something to the user groups to start their planning for this upcoming season. So now we're just talking about the summer rates. And I truly do not know the impact on the user groups, but there will be an impact on user groups if we delay this decision much longer.
Thank you. I'll go over to Councillor Lowe then.
Yeah, when I look at the motion, I definitely have a problem with the ball fields for the youth, definitely. And I wasn't here in 19, thank God. But when I look at the tennis and I look at the hockey, I don't really have a problem. We're talking $5 youth ice time. So to put everything in one motion, like if we don't do something now with the hockey and the tennis wouldn't have that many players, I don't think, then we would be taking a big jump in 24. So I would like to definitely look over the ball. The youth ball is what I'm saying. The adult ball went down, which blows my mind, right? But I would like to go back and have somebody look at it, but then the city manager says we don't have a lot of time to change it. So they're my feelings. I think the hockey and the tennis isn't in bad shape as far as the increases. The ball for youth, definitely.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Radwan.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Director Roulette, we had talked earlier. I think that what the deputy is kind of asking is, what one of the things is what's a dollar amount, and I asked you this question earlier. If we were to stay with the status quo, could you share with everybody what that amount of money would be?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Radwan, and through you, Your Worship. So in the report in the financial section, we identify that the additional revenue of this jump from 60 to 70% implementation is $46,000. So we have to also imagine that the jump from 60% to 100% implementation, which is what's conceived to happen in 2023, would be a much larger significant jump. It would be 4 times what we are currently considering today in that jump. So it would be a significant jump next year, which is why council at the time really thought that an incremental approach to say, listen, we understand this is going to take some time for implementation and that user groups need to adapt their models in order to accommodate these upcoming rates.
And I just wanted to make a couple comments. So, I've been following the council so closely, of course I wasn't part of the decision making, but when I ended up, looking at the rates before 60%, 70%, it doesn't really put it into context, but when you end up talking to the leagues and they tell you that a youth playing T-ball pays $145 now, if they went out to KV, it would be $85. You end up talking to some other leagues that say kids this year paying $60. If this 70% rate goes up, they're going to pay double. So that kind of puts it a little bit more into perspective. I certainly don't want to see rates double. And I'll be honest with you, I'm just kind of hoping to keep with the status quo this time. But I have to say that the non-user rates, if things don't get flushed out with the municipal reform, I'm not going to be able to vote in favor of looking at giving non-users the same rates as St. Johners. When we consider that 85% of the kids in Waterloo Village are under the poverty rate, the rent that those parents are paying should certainly not be subsidizing people that are not paying St. John taxes. That's my feeling. Part of my reasoning with this is because of COVID. Councillor Ogden, like you said, recreation really helps people with mental health, and people have been in their homes, not being social, And I think that it's extremely important to be able to encourage to get these kids out playing ball again. And I am mostly worried about the ball rates, to be honest. It is usually one of the cheaper sports to get into. You know, if you're a goalkeeper playing hockey, it's thousands of equipment and everything that you need. So I mean, I think that it is a way, you know. Also, of course, we are giving to pro kids. So that's something, you know, Councillor Stewart told me earlier that last year 600 kids went through pro kids. We have to keep that in mind too. So that's definitely helping not just kids in recreation, but also in arts and cultural groups as well. So anyway, it's been a hard one for me, but I would like to keep with the status quo. 46,000 in the grand scheme of things right now with COVID recovery. I look at this as a COVID recovery item.
Thank you, Councillor. You're at 4 minutes, so you want to put your hand back up, okay? Thanks. Sure. All right. So I've got now, Councillor Lowe, is your hand up for another go around? Is this, where am I in all this?
Done. Gone.
Okay, gone. All right. So Councillor Norton, where are you? There you are. You're up next.
Thank you.
Or do you want to go last? I noticed you're, oh, I thought I missed your hand, but your
hand. Well, no, I don't think you did. Through I guess a couple questions through you to Mr. Ouellette. And I know we don't have the chair pro kids here, but if we were to, I guess, wow, lots of good points raised. This is a tough one because lots has happened since 2019. The chair of finance has spoke clearly and succinctly about what has happened and where staff recommendation is. And there's I guess for this one there's three sides to every coin, but with that, if a youth was to, for example, make application to do youth sailing, could they go through Pro Kids and get subsidized? They could.
Yes, from my understanding, they can.
So there is in that sense, and I don't want to split hairs here. Municipal government and obviously the very generous donors that help subsidize Pro Kids do help subsidize to a degree those youth activities that may not be traditionally those municipal sports such as hockey and baseball. Is that fair?
If I may, Councillor Norton, just to reframe the question, I think there are differentiations, what you're getting to, between the level of subsidization for particular sports, and there absolutely are in St. John. Different sports do receive a different level of subsidization.
What, Phil? When are we? Like my big hiccup here is the policy. Like it would be so much easier to know to what degree we are comfortable subsidizing these sports. And I guess what we're doing is we're incrementally going up, and every year there's, I don't think it, no matter what degree of forewarning we have, there's always going to be sticker shock every year. And this year, because of COVID, I know fundraisers were down. I know the ability to go out and do even things like bottle drives and some of those things were hampered. There's a number of initiatives that would have made it more, I guess, cost effective for these groups to operate that were certainly handcuffed. So when can we expect a more wholesome policy to come forth to help guide us on this one? Like, is that, am I putting you into city? I see city manager coming up because I don't want to tie you in terms of timelines.
Your worship, through you to the councillor, and Councillor Norton, you would remember this. The last version of the subsidization policy for sports facilities was approved just 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. That was over 1 year of preparation, stakeholder engagements, et cetera, to get to that policy.
Right.
I'm not sure the policy, well, I am sure that I don't believe the policy is flawed. I think council went through a very deliberate process to set those rates. And there is a difference between a sports field where we're only recovering 50% of the costs and an arena during the winter where we're recovering based on full cost recovery.
Okay, maybe
and that
that's
was a conscious decision to keep summer sporting activities affordable. Because if we went for full cost recovery on summer sporting activities, we would never be competitive or be able to offer something that families could enjoy. People ask why. Well, we only have 4 arenas to service. We have many more fields than that. And summer fields are really used between 4 p.m. and about 9 or 10 p.m. at night. Arenas are used throughout the day, including the early morning. So you get more revenues from a smaller group of assets in the wintertime than you get in the summertime. And that drives a bit the cost differential as well. And we need to recognize that. And that's why the original subsidization policy talked about the modified recovery rate, and the modified recovery rate for summer sports, including summer arenas where there's no ice, is 50% of the total cost. Okay. To answer your question, I did not have any intention of reviewing the subsidization policy per se in this coming year. It's not part of the work plan. What our recommendation is that I would come back to council with the implementation plan to achieve the subsidization policy. So how much of, if we status quo or only do the 10% that we're recommending this year, how much more do we do next year? And do we need to go into 2024 to make it manageable? Those are the discussions we still have to have internal and with the user groups. But the policy itself, it was not intended to be revisited. It's just how we implement it was going to be that.
Apologies to kid. Apologies for confusing it. It's the implementation piece. It depending on tonight's motion. I'm still not clear whether or not this is the deputy wants an amendment, but I saw that almost more as a referral back to staff, and a referral would take precedence over what Councillor Harris is proposing. So I don't know what the deputy was trying to get done there, but where does the implementation review piece come in terms of the work plan? Like, how far away are we from something like that coming back to council?
In time for the rates of 2023. So what I understand Councillor Harris's motion to be is lock the rates until we do the review of the implementation plan, not the review of the policy itself, the review of the implementation plan because of COVID challenges. That's my understanding is the motion. The recommendation of staff is the modest 10% increase this year. So we're not talking about significant dollar differences. Director Willett mentioned it's 46,000. That's a guess. It's an educated guess, but it's a guess because we actually don't know how many people post-COVID are actually going to sign up for sports this summer. So there's a fair amount of unknown as to what the revenue will actually be.
Okay, thank you.
Phil, what's the cost per player from last year? Does it boil down to about, I keep on hearing about $2 per player. Is that fair?
Councillor Norton, can I get you to put your light back on, and I'll just switch around? I've just got a couple more in the queue here.
Yeah,
so
no
I'll
problem.
come back. That question will come back to you, Councillor Bill. So I'm going to go to Councillor Sullivan, and then we'll circle back around. Just want to make sure that I finish up here.
Thank you, Your Worship. I certainly appreciate the variety of perspectives, and I'm still of the perspective that we need to move forward with the policy that we have. However, certainly listening to Councillor McKenzie's point about finding middle ground, and I think Councillor Lowe actually did a good job of focusing. I think what all of our concern, mine included, is youth, and making sure youth are involved in sport. I haven't heard anybody say that for-profit businesses who use our facilities should be delayed. I haven't heard anybody directly speak to adults, school teams, or tournaments, the other areas that are affected, because certainly the policy takes in all of these different pieces. So if I might, I'm not going to offer amendment. I will leave this for the author of the original motion to consider, perhaps. But maybe to specify the motion specifically to the youth portion of the policy, so that I would hate to delay those who are running for-profit businesses in city facilities. I don't know why they're not paying 100% now, but at least keep moving them along with these other categories. If the concern is specifically to youth, and perhaps a consideration as opposed to a freeze, to a partial move towards, because user groups have known, and to make sure maybe on the other end we beef up. As we at council, we make a motion to ask staff to go find some more money to support Pro Kids. I guess because the last thing I would say is, it does come back to very specifically, there are different levels of subsidization in St. John. We make sure through Pro Kids that we support those who can't in whatever they choose to do. Councillor Radwin talked about arts and recreation. Other than through Pro Kids, we don't subsidize arts and recreation at all. We're very specific to certain sports, summer and winter. But with my finance hat on, I would suggest that we move forward in the policy with everything but youth, give a consideration to youth. And if we decide that because of COVID, that argument, I can has a little bit of teeth with me. Maybe at this point in time, we say that the youth funding lost this year due to COVID, to make sure that we're financially whole if there's a loss there that had come from the COVID funds. Offer those suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harris, up over to you.
Mayor, I just would like us to follow procedure. I've had my hand up for a long time here, far before anybody else has put their hand up. I just want to make that comment. I also think it's worth saying that. Yep.
Councillor Harris, I will just say, on my screen, you're behind Councillor Sullivan. So I don't know if your button's been clicked off or on. I just know that on my screen, you're behind Councillor Sullivan, and this is your turn.
Fair enough, and I would just like us to keep to the 3-minute timeline that we agreed to. The other thing is I think this council is being penny wise and pound foolish. We've spent 47 minutes talking about this topic. It's $46,000. We'll throw a budget of $26 million through, and then we're going to debate this like it's going to change the entire parameters of this city's quality of life. We've got 4 economists on the books. As your chair of strategic planning, you've got 4 economists who are telling you that it is not cost recovery that you need to worry about to grow this city, and that's your number 1 priority. And this number 1, if growth is our number 1 priority, you've got Don Mills, you've got David Campbell, you've got Rob Emery, you've got all these economists saying you need to improve the quality of life, and you don't have one city in the Maritimes that has this policy in place. So I fail to understand how we can be this penny wise and pound foolish and sit here and talk about $46,000 when we're looking at something that is incredibly upside down to me. We need to prioritize growth. We've been told how to do it, and that's to improve quality of life in this city. And so I'm going to keep the motion on the table, and I will eventually be coming back for a review of this policy, because I think you have a new council that doesn't agree with this policy, and I agree with the chair of growth, which is our number 1 priority. We were in a different time when this policy was written, and it's out of date. It needs to be changed. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now I'm going over to Councillor Mackenzie. This is your second time around, and then Councillor Killen, this will be your second time around, I think, as well. You're right after that, and then we're, I think, wrapping this up.
Your Worship, sorry to interrupt. I just have just for a quick point of information here. What's the motion that's on the floor right now? Because wasn't there a referral motion at one point too? I'm a little lost as to.
Let me check. Okay, actually, we have to get Lachlan to answer Councillor Norton's question as well. City manager, I guess I'm going over to you. Am I, or I'm going to the?
Yeah, Your Worship, the motion that is on the floor, the only motion that is on the floor that has a seconder is Councillor Harris's motion to maintain status quo rates for the summer of 2022. That is the only motion that is on the floor right now that has a seconder. There has been discussion about referral motions, etc., but that is the only motion that has a seconder that's on the floor.
Thank you. Okay, that's where we are. All right, hang on, I gotta get back in here. Gotta get back to the time. Deputy, back to you. Deputy, are you still there? Oh, you're on mute.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Thank you.
Going back to Councillor Norton's comment, yes, I would have liked to put in a referral, and I will put in a referral, okay? Because I think if we send it back to staff after everything that's been said tonight, they can come back with something that's a little bit more palatable for the times that we're in. I think we're setting a very dangerous precedent when we just decide that we're going to, it's only $50,000, we'll just put it off till next year. So I would like to put in a referral motion that we send it back to staff, reconsider the youth part of that policy. Okay, and if I get a seconder, that's the way I'd like to move this thing forward.
Okay, I have a seconder for a referral motion back to staff. Councillor Norton. So just to let everyone know that on a referral motion, as we've talked about this before, takes precedent over everything else. It goes to staff, staff comes back with an opinion. That becomes the end of discussion. So as Councillor Harris has said, we've already discussed it for 40 some minutes. So I will now call the Councillor Sullivan, you've got your light on, and so do you, Councillor Killen. So I will now call the question on a referral motion back to staff. Do I need any, City Clerk, do I need any more information in that referral motion? Is it to look at the youth rates? Do I need that in there? Clear on that?
The more information, the better, but that's how I recorded it, to refer to staff to reconsider the youth rates on ball fields.
Okay.
That,
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Somebody's got their hand up somewhere.
Councillor Killen.
Councillor Kill, yeah. Okay, we're good with it.
Councillor Kill.
Yeah, there's no more discussion once I get a referral motion. So I'm going to call the question. Doesn't show us. Are we good? I'm going to call the question. All in favor on referring this back to staff in reference to the rates for youth? So I'll call the question. All in favor? What have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4. Do I have 5?
Nope.
I don't. I have
Your word.
Sullivan, Lowe, Norton, McKenzie, and Hickey.
That's correct, Your Worship. You have 5 who voted in favor.
Okay, so I'll call. I guess I'll call the nay. Sorry, just to get them recorded. Those against. I have 1. I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm missing one. I'm missing somebody on my screen. I have Councillor Harris, Radwan, Stewart, and Ogden.
And Killen.
And Killen as well.
Okay. Oh, well, this is going to be my first time breaking the tie. So I'm going to go with the referral motion, send it back over. Motion carried. All right, City Clerk, next item.
Your Worship, I think we have 5 minutes left, but there's likely enough time. There are 3 items left on the agenda under the item 15, general correspondence. So the first one is 15.1, and this is a request for Light Up Teal Illumination Initiative, and the recommendation is to refer this to the city manager.
Okay, so I need a motion to refer to the city manager. Deputy. Councillor Lowe on the question. All in favor? Contrary minded? Motion carried. Thank you. Next item.
Next, we have 15.2. We have 2 submissions from a citizen with respect to rink proposals, and there is a recommendation from staff that no action be taken due to an ongoing RFP process.
Okay, so I'll need a mover on that. No. So I guess what we'll do with that is then we'll do receive and file. Sorry.
Your Worship, the Yeah, it would, if you just adopt the recommendation as written, no action needed due to ongoing RFP process.
Okay, good. All right, we'll do that. Councillor Sullivan, are you moving that? Thank you. I need a seconder on that.
Seconded, Mayor.
Who's that? Oh, I can't see my whole screen.
Councillor Rodwan.
Rodwan, okay, I can't see my whole screen. Thank you. On the question, all in favor? Contrary minded? Motion carried. Next item, City Clerk.
Final item, Your Worship, 15.3 on the agenda. It's a letter from Coverdale Transition Housing. There's a recommendation to refer this to the city manager to engage with provincial authorities.
You'll need a mover to do that. Councillor Hickey. Seconder, Councillor, the deputy.
I have a question, Your Worship.
Pardon me?
If I can, before there's a referral motion on the table.
Oh, okay. So you have your hand up before there's a referral motion on the table. Okay, Hickey.
That's what I'm saying. So I can get my words in before I toss it over to the city manager.
Oh, okay.
Your Worship, this letter is from Julia Woodhall Melnick. Someone, if we don't all have context with, is Canadian Research Chair in Housing based out of UNB St. John, has incredible insight on our scope of housing. Coverdale is in a situation where they're short about $400,000 from, significant inflationary issues, et cetera, et cetera. The list is long. Approved federal funding for this project to the tune of $2 million that our community stands to potentially lose if that gap of $400,000 isn't met. I'm hoping staff can work beyond referring to the province, where we have fallen on deaf ears on projects like this in the past. There's about $15,000 worth of municipal permitting involved in this as well. That would certainly support. I'm wondering if there's any way we can offer, not necessarily that funding, but offer some kind of support beyond just a simple return to the province to try and support this project as much as we can. It's going to be a huge game changer for Waterloo Village, and if it doesn't happen, community's in trouble.
I'm going to ask the city clerk if I need a motion to go past 10 to get that question answered.
Your Worship, we will. We have 1 minute left.
I'll give you the motion. It's right here.
Okay, so
sorry to delay, folks.
Yeah, I need a motion to go past 10 o'clock. I need a mover and a seconder to go past 10 o'clock. I have the deputy and I have Councillor Stewart on the question. All in favor? I think I've got 6 there in favor. Against? I got at least 2 that I can see that are not for it. Motion carried. Okay, so I have a question from Councillor Hickey over to the city manager. City manager, go ahead.
Your Worship, members of council, the essence of the recommendation is we push the province to do what the province must do. They are responsible for homeless shelters. We are not. And we have all sorts of advocacy work that we can do in that regard. That said, to Councillor Hickey's request, we need not stop there. I know there is a GoFundMe campaign that is going on now. We can help advertise that and encourage that participation. If we can't find the $400,000 for Coverdale, perhaps there are other things we can look at. All of them, however, would require decisions of council at the next council meeting, which is after the deadline, so it would mean an extraordinary meeting. I remain optimistic at this point that we will convince those who should be funding this to fund this, and we actually have a track on a budget line item where we might be able to achieve that, and we'll be working that. We have been working that issue today, and we'll continue to work it throughout the week.
Thanks, John. And if there's any support members of council can offer, please take that option. These folks have worked diligently to bring this project, and it's strange circumstances. It's rare that there's a federal budget approval on an item this big, and yet they've come to this gap. So it's quite extraordinary circumstances. But but as a big fan of Waterloo Village, understand the implications that a project like this would have and the loss of a project like this would have.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, so on the question, all in favor? Oh my goodness, Jerry Lowe, he has a question.
Well, if I just want to know if it's roughly $200,000 a unit, why would they not build 5 units and do the foundation for the 6th one with the money from the money they're trying to raise? Why wouldn't they build the 5?
Does anybody have the answer to that question?
My understanding, Councillor Lowe, is the scope of the project that was approved through CMHC needs to be checked off at that number. Otherwise, it skews their per door number, and they won't get the money for it.
I just find that strange, but okay, no problem. Thank you.
Okay. All right, call the question. All in favor? Contrary minded? Motion carried. Thank you. Next item, City Clerk.
That's the final item, Your Worship.
Oh, excellent. Okay, so before I call for a motion to adjourn, I just want to say thank you to everyone. We had some good discussions tonight. Even though they were lengthy, some of them were a bit emotional, but it's all good. There's a lot of work in the kit for the public. That's the iceberg, the tip of the iceberg that you see what we have here. We've been here from 6 until 10. We did 4 hours worth of work, but there's all kinds of hours and legwork involved in getting this kit ready for us. And I want to especially tonight thank Mr. Reed, because it was great to see that staff took the 1429 Loch Lomond Road, all of the issues that were brought forward by councillors, by neighbors, etc., and took those 3 big concerns, didn't come back with 3rd reading in 2 weeks, came back with 3rd reading in 4 weeks to make sure that those were addressed. So I did really appreciate that. That was great to have that. So I will say good night, and I'll call for a motion to adjourn, please. Councillor Sullivan and Councillor Lowe on the question. All in favor? Contrary minded? Motion carried. Good night.